Hello, and welcome to my channel. My name is Osaka, and I'm thrilled to have you here today. Before we dive into the content, I'd appreciate it if you could take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support goes a long way in helping me continue to create quality content. Also, be sure to click the notification bell to stay informed about all future uploads, so you don't miss out on any new and exciting videos. Thank you for being here, and let's get started. Today, I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call The Forever of Summer. With that being said, let us begin. The last days of August had always filled Sarah Ann with a bittersweet sadness. The air was thick with the smell of decaying leaves, and the sun seemed to set earlier each evening. She had spent her summer in the family cabin by the lake, hoping to find some solace in the solitude. Yet, as the days wore on, the peace she had sought began to twist into a hollow loneliness. Sitting on the porch that final evening, she stared at the glassy surface of the lake. The woods beyond seemed darker than usual, as if the trees themselves were watching. It made her uneasy. She shook her head, muttering to herself, "You're just tired. Stop being paranoid." A rustling in the bushes snapped her attention back to the tree line. "Hello," she called out into the fading light, her voice shaking slightly. No response, only silence. The eerie kind that wraps around you. Pressing down, she swallowed hard, then chuckled nervously. "It's probably just a raccoon," she whispered, trying to convince herself. Still, she hurried inside, bolting the door behind her. Hours later, curled up in bed with a book, Sarah Ann heard it again, footsteps on the porch. Her heart began to race. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice more steady than she felt. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, a slow creak of the porch steps, as if someone or something was walking around the cabin. Sarah Ann clutched the blanket tight, her mind racing with wild explanations. The wind, an animal, but deep down, she knew this was different. "Stop it," she muttered to herself. "You're letting your imagination get the best of you." The next morning, Sarah Ann found symbols carved into the trees surrounding the cabin. They were crude, almost ancient. She ran her fingers over the rough marks, her stomach twisting in knots. "What the hell?" she whispered, stepping back. That afternoon, she packed her bags, anxious to leave. But as the day wore on, no one came to pick her up as planned. By dusk, worry had gnawed its way into full-blown panic. "Damn it," she muttered, pacing the living room, glancing at her phone. Still no signal. She couldn't just wait any longer. Grabbing her keys, she decided to walk to the main road and hitch a ride. Anything to get away from the eerie stillness. As she made her way through the woods, she kept telling herself she'd be fine. But the deeper she went, the more lost she felt. The shadows grew longer, the woods darker. She was sure she'd taken the right path, but nothing looked familiar. Damn it. She cursed under her breath, panic rising. This can't be happening. After what felt like hours, she stumbled onto a dirt road, relief washing over her. But as her eyes adjusted to the fading light, she froze in place. In front of her stood the cabin. No, no, no way. She spun around, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. "I've been walking for hours. How did I?" The cabin's door was wide open, though she had locked it before she left. "That's not possible," she whispered, taking a step back. A soft, almost inaudible voice called her name. Sarah Ann. Her blood ran cold. She turned toward the voice, but there was no one there. Sarah Ann. The whisper was closer now. She stepped backward, her heart hammering in her chest. "Who's there? Show yourself," she demanded, though her voice cracked with fear. "This isn't funny. Show yourself right now, or I am calling the police." Her hands shaking as she reaches for her phone. From the shadows inside the cabin, a figure emerged, a young girl about the age of 14, with pale skin, long, black silky flowing hair, and eyes that gleamed in the darkness. She smiled, a twisted grin that chilled Sarah Ann to the bone. Sarah Ann's voice faltered. Who are you?" The young girl tilted her head, her smile never wavering. "You don't remember me?" Sarah Ann shook her head, stumbling backward. "No, I've never seen you before." The young girl took a slow step forward. "Oh, but you have. You came here to forget, didn't you?" Sarah Ann's head swam. "What are you talking about?" The young girl's grin widened, her voice a soft, eerie whisper. "You think you came here to escape, but you came here because this is where it ends. Every time." "What do you mean?" Sarah Ann's heart pounded louder in her ears. The young girl's words felt like they carried the weight of a truth she wasn't ready to face. "You've been running from this for a long time," the young girl said, stepping closer. "But you can't outrun the past, Sarah Ann. It's time to remember." Memories rushed in. A night long ago, this very cabin, the same woods, someone screaming. Blood, it all flooded back, hitting her like a wave. "No," Sarah Ann whispered, shaking her head in denial. "No, that can't be true. I didn't." No, you did," the young girl interrupted, her voice soft but sharp as a knife. "You did something terrible here, and now you're paying the price." Over and over, Sarah Ann's knees gave out, and she fell to the floor, her mind spinning. "No, please. I didn't mean to." The young girl crouched down in front of her, their faces inches apart. "You didn't mean to, but you did. And now you're stuck here, with me, forever." Sarah Ann's breath hitched. The truth sank in like a stone in her gut. Fragments of that fateful summer night played in her mind, sharper now. The screaming. She remembered the fight, the argument between her and her younger sister, Claire. Claire had begged her to stop drinking, to calm down, but Sarah Ann had been too far gone. They were both shouting, their voices like thunder in the cabin. In her rage, Sarah Ann had grabbed a lamp and thrown it across the room. The shards of glass flew everywhere. Claire had ducked, but glass from the lamp sliced into Claire's neck, causing her to bleed out and causing her to slip on the wet floor from Sarah Ann's spilled drink. She fell, her head hitting the corner of the fireplace with a sickening thud. Sarah Ann's world had shattered in that instant. She knelt by Claire, pleading for her to wake up, but it was too late. Claire was dead, panic-stricken and intoxicated. Sarah Ann fled into the woods, desperate to erase what she had done. But the guilt followed her, creeping into every moment of silence, every dark corner. She buried the memory deep, told no one, and ran from it. Every summer, she had returned to the cabin, trying to convince herself it had been an accident, a moment of madness she could forget. But Claire never let her go. Am I dead?" Sarah Ann whispered, her voice barely audible. Claire's grin faded, her expression softening. "We both are, Sarah Ann. You've been reliving this summer for years, trying to forget. But you can't. This is where it all ended for us." Sarah Ann's chest tightened. Her eyes looked over to the fireplace, seeing a picture frame still hanging on the wall just above. It was an old, slightly faded photograph, framed by the soft glow of a setting summer sun. In the photo, two sisters, Claire and Sarah Ann, stand together by a tranquil lake. Claire, with her long, wavy black hair, is wearing a light floral dress that sways gently in the summer breeze. She stands confidently, radiating warmth. Beside her, Sarah Ann, with her flowing blonde hair, smiles brightly, dressed casually in a simple summer outfit, perhaps a soft white top with denim shorts, her hand resting gently on Claire's shoulder. There's a sense of ease and happiness between them, their bond unmistakable. The background shows tall, lush trees reflected in the calm waters of the lake, bathed in the orange and pink hues of the fading daylight. This photograph feels frozen in a golden perfect moment, capturing a time before everything changed, a snapshot of pure innocent joy, her mind replaying the truths she had forgotten. She had fled the cabin that night, only to crash her car down the road, killing herself in a drunken blur. She had never left the cabin, never moved on. All this time, she had been trapped, trying to escape her own guilt and Claire's ghost. The room seemed to spin around her as Sarah Ann realized the horrible truth. She had been reliving her last summer, doomed to repeat the pain and guilt, bound to the place where her life and Claire's had ended. Her young sister, Claire, stood and backed into the shadows, forever 14 years old, her final words lingering in the air. It's time to remember, Sarah Ann. Summer never ends for us. Not for us. Never ends for us. Soon after, the darkness surrounded and swallowed the forever 25-year-old Sarah Ann Ho. The end. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call The Mirror. With that being said, let us begin. Elizabeth had always loved antiques, and living in Queens gave her the perfect playground. She had a special eye for finding treasures that others overlooked. One afternoon, she stumbled upon a small, dusty shop at the end of a forgotten alley. The smell of aged wood and forgotten memories filled the air as she stepped inside. The shopkeeper, an old man with a hunchback and eyes that seemed too sharp for his age, greeted her with a nod. "Anything in particular you're looking for?" he asked, his voice crackling like old parchment. Elizabeth shook her head, her curiosity leading her deeper into the cluttered room. Her fingers grazed over the aged surfaces of various items until something caught her eye. In the far corner behind a stack of boxes stood an ornate mirror. It was tall, its frame carved from dark wood, with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light. "Oh, this is beautiful," Elizabeth muttered to herself. Moving toward it, the shopkeeper appeared at her side, as if from nowhere. His voice was lower now. "That mirror has a history. Some say it's cursed." Elizabeth laughed softly. "Cursed? You don't really believe that, do you?" The old man didn't smile. His gaze lingered on the mirror, then on her. "I don't believe in much anymore, but I've heard things about that one." "How much for it?" Elizabeth asked, brushing aside the man's eerie tone. "Are you sure you want it?" His eyes bored into hers. Elizabeth hesitated for a moment, unnerved by his intensity, but curiosity got the better of her. "I'll take it." The man paused, then nodded slowly. "Very well, it's yours." The old man grins. "Call it a gift." From one collector to another, returning home with the mirror, Elizabeth felt overjoyed at such a find. That night, Elizabeth hung the mirror in her bedroom. The mirror was indeed beautiful. The reflection was crystal clear, but there was something about it that unsettled her. She told herself it was just her imagination, the result of the shopkeeper's ominous warning. She shook off the feeling and climbed into bed. Over the next few months, strange things began to happen. At first, it was subtle small objects in her room seemed to shift, though she couldn't remember moving them. The air felt heavier, and sometimes she had the unsettling feeling of being watched. The sensation was strongest when she was near the mirror. One night, while lying in bed, Elizabeth noticed something odd in the reflection. The room in the mirror looked exactly the same, but the shadows seemed darker, almost alive. Then she saw it, a figure, barely visible, lurking just outside the reflection's edge. She bolted upright, her eyes darting around the room. There was nothing there, but when she glanced back at the mirror, the figure was closer, standing just behind her, reflected self. "That's not possible," she whispered, her heart pounding. Elizabeth grabbed a bedsheet and threw it over the mirror, breathing heavily. "It's just in my head," she murmured to herself, trying to calm her racing mind. But that night, her dreams were plagued with nightmares. She dreamt of being trapped in an endless hallway of mirrors, her reflection constantly mocking her, twisting into grotesque shapes, clawing at her and ripping her apart. When she awoke, the bedsheet had somehow slipped off the mirror. Terrified, she called the shop the next morning, hoping the shopkeeper could explain. But the number was disconnected. In a panic, she rushed back to the alley, only to find the shop had vanished, as if it had never existed. Later that evening, Elizabeth stood before the mirror, hammer in hand. "This ends tonight," she said, her voice trembling. Her reflection stared back, perfectly still, emotionless. As she raised the hammer, her reflection smiled. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. "No," she whispered, "that's not real." But it was. Slowly, her reflection stepped forward, its movements no longer hers. Elizabeth stood paralyzed as the figure reached through the glass, its cold hand gripping her wrist with a strength that made her gasp. "What are you?" Elizabeth's voice was barely a whisper, her mind unable to process what was happening. Her reflection's grin widened. "Stupid girl, can't you see? I am you." Before Elizabeth could react, her reflection yanked her into the mirror. The world around her spun violently, and she found herself plunged into darkness. When she opened her eyes, she was standing in her bedroom again, but everything was wrong. The colors were muted, the air thick and heavy, and the shadows danced unnaturally. Frantically, she looked around and saw her own body, her real body, standing just beyond the glass, hammer in hand. Her reflection, now fully in control of her physical form, stared back at her, grinning back at her. "No, please, let me out," Elizabeth screamed, banging on the glass with all her might. "Let me out! Help me! Someone, anyone, help me! Let me out!" Her reflection tilted its head, studying her like a specimen. "You've had your turn," it said calmly. "Now it's my turn to have fun. And fun I shall have. Please," Elizabeth begged, tears streaming down her face. "Don't do this." The reflection smirked. "I already have." Elizabeth's heart sank as she watched her reflection walk away, leaving her trapped in the cold, empty world behind the glass. She screamed, clawed at the mirror, but it was no use. Weeks passed, then months. Elizabeth began to realize she wasn't alone in this mirrored prison. Faint shapes of others, their faces twisted in silent agony, hovered just out of sight. They were all dead, hollow shells of people who were trapped here in this mirrored world before her. Even more time passed, and Elizabeth's reflection lived her life, maliciously twisting her relationships, having sexual interactions with men she had never met, sowing chaos wherever it went, forcing Elizabeth to watch from behind the glass of the mirror, and no one noticed. No one could see the darkness now wearing Elizabeth's face. As the months continued to drag on, Elizabeth's sense of self began to erode. She watched helplessly as her reflection grew stronger, while her own identity faded. The last thing she saw before her consciousness dissolved was her reflection wearing her smile as it whispered through the glass. "It's your own fault, you know. Should have listened to that old man. He did try to warn you." Still grinning, "You never should have bought the mirror." Elizabeth tried banging on the glass in anger, but it was no use. She was too weak. Elizabeth's reflection, now fully in control, glanced at her faint image trapped within the glass. It chuckled softly, the sound eerie and unfamiliar to Elizabeth's own ears. "You'll get used to it in time, or maybe not," it said, its voice fading as her presence weakened further. With the last of her strength, Elizabeth tried to scream, but no one could hear her now. Elizabeth was turned into nothing more than a shadow trapped in the cold, reflective prison. Her body moved on its own, leaving her a spectator to the life that once belonged to her. Her reflection lived her life perfectly, mimicking her mannerisms, speaking in her voice, even fooling those closest to her. Elizabeth's reflection would grin and whisper again softly, "Soon, another will take your place when you are gone." The reflection pulled a dust-covered bedsheet from the closet and threw it over the mirror. Elizabeth, from within, watched as her world was cast into darkness. Her thoughts raced, desperate for escape, but she was no longer in control. The reflection left the house that afternoon, carrying the covered mirror to the local antique shop. She had found its new location. The shopkeeper, the same old man as before, barely raised an eyebrow as he accepted the item. "People always bring it back," he muttered under his breath. "They never listen." And so the mirror sat there again, waiting patiently for its next curious buyer, who would stare into its depths. Drawn in by its allure, Elizabeth's faint whispers echoed within the glass, but they were too soft to be heard, too late to serve as a warning. The mirror was ready for its next victim. The end. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call The Devil's Gold. With that being said, let us begin. In the year 1851, during the height of the California gold rush, Josiah Blake found himself alone and desperate in the wilderness. He had nothing left. His wife had died from consumption, his farm back in Missouri was sold off to pay debts, and all that remained was a single chance to strike it rich. Josiah had been following rumors of a hidden valley far off the main trails, a place whispered about in the saloons and camps, Diablo's Hollow. The legends were old, warning of men who entered the valley never to return. Some said it was cursed, others claimed the devil himself guarded the gold buried there. Josiah didn't care. His hunger for wealth drowned out all sense of caution, and so he made his way to the Forbidden Hollow. It was a desolate place. The sun barely touched the ground, blocked by jagged peaks that loomed like sentinels. The wind whistled through the narrow pass, carrying faint whispers, almost like voices. But there, amid the rocks, Josiah found it a river, glittering with gold flakes. The stream was thick with it, more than he had ever seen. He fell to his knees, scooping the precious metal into his hands, laughing like a madman. "Finally," he muttered, "finally, it's all mine." Days passed as Josiah worked the riverbed, gathering more and more gold, his hands raw and bloody from the effort. He refused to stop, driven by a greed that grew deeper with every flake he collected. But then the shadows began to move. At first it was subtle, a fleeting figure just beyond his campfire at night, a shape in the distance when the sun dipped behind the mountains. He told himself it was nothing, just his tired mind playing tricks. But each night the figure returned, standing at the edge of his camp, always watching. On the fourth night the figure came closer, standing just within the light of his fire. The man, or what appeared to be a man, wore a long tattered coat, his face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Josiah squinted at him, his heart pounding. "You lost friend," Josiah called out, gripping his rifle tighter. The figure didn't respond. He just stood there, unmoving. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Josiah's voice cracked with fear, but he didn't back down. "You want something? I found this claim fair and square." The figure slowly raised a skeletal hand, pointing to the stream behind Josiah. His voice, when it came, was a rasping whisper. "That is not your gold." Josiah felt a chill crawl down his spine. "The hell it ain't," he growled. "I worked it. It's mine." The figure's hand lowered. "It belongs to the dead." Josiah fired his rifle, the blast echoing through the valley. But when the smoke cleared, the figure was gone, only the whisper of the wind remained. "It's just some trick," Josiah muttered to himself, pacing by the fire. "I'm losing it, too much work, too little sleep." But the next day, as he panned the river for more gold, something strange surfaced in the water, a skull, half buried in the mud. Josiah froze, staring at it. As he dug deeper into the riverbed, he uncovered more bones scattered like debris from a long-forgotten tragedy. That night the figure returned, standing even closer to the campfire. This time his face was visible in the flickering flames. It was no man. His flesh was rotted and hanging from his skull, his empty eyes glowing with a pale, ghostly light. "Leave this place," the figure hissed, his voice like wind through dead trees. Josiah backed away, his rifle trembling in his hands. "No, I earned this. I ain't leaving." The figure's bony hand reached out, pointing at him. "Then you will join us." Suddenly the ground beneath Josiah began to shake. The dirt split open, and from it emerged the twisted, skeletal remains of miners long dead. They clawed their way out of the earth, their eyes burning with the same ghostly fire. Josiah stumbled back, his mind screaming in terror. "Stay away," he yelled, firing blindly into the mass of corpses. But the dead did not stop. They grabbed him with cold, bony fingers, dragging him toward the gaping maw of the earth. "No, no, no, please. Stop it. Let me go. No," Josiah screamed, clawing at the ground. "I'll leave. I'll go." But it was too late. The dead pulled him into the darkness, their hollow voices whispering in his ears as they buried him beneath the cursed gold he had so desperately sought. Weeks later, a group of prospectors came across Diablo's Hollow. They found the riverbed thick with gold. Just as Josiah had, they laughed, slapping each other on the back as they planned their fortunes. "Look at all this gold. We're gonna be rich," one of them shouted, scooping the shiny flakes into his hat. But as they bent over the stream, one of the men noticed something in the mud, a skull staring up at him with hollow eyes. "Hey, fellas," he whispered, his voice shaking. "You think those stories about this place are true?" Another man waved him off. "Stories? Bah. Ain't nothing but old wives' tales. We're rich, boys. Let's take what we can carry." As they gathered the gold, they never noticed the shadowy figure watching them from the edge of the valley. And when night fell, the figure stepped closer, his skeletal hand reaching out, ready to claim what was his once more. As the years slipped by, the town near Diablo's Hollow flourished, its coffers swollen with gold plundered from the accursed valley. But with every ounce of wealth, something darker took root. One by one, men began to vanish, prospectors who had struck it rich, merchants who lined their pockets with blood money, even the mayor who once boasted of his fortune. All of them disappeared without a trace. No one was safe. In time, their bodies were found, or rather what remained of them, scattered like ancient relics, bones twisted and gnawed by the wilderness. Some claimed the very land devoured them. Each man who had prospered from Diablo's hollow met a gruesome end, as if the earth itself had risen to collect its due. The legend of Diablo's hollow spread like wildfire, carrying whispers of the curse that clung to the stolen gold. That wealth was not for the living, it belonged to the dead, and the dead would stop at nothing to reclaim what was theirs. Even now, when dusk drapes its shadows over the land, if you stand near the hollow, you can hear them, voices carried on the wind, soft but insistent. Return what is ours before we come for you. The end. Today I will be telling you a short story that comes from Japan that's called Mountain Cabin in the Alps. With that being said, let us begin. The summer sun beat down on the weathered wooden cabin, casting long shadows over the clearing. Beyond, the mist-shrouded peaks of the Japanese Alps loomed like silent sentinels, watching over the valley. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and only the occasional rustling of leaves broke the eerie silence. 5 college students had come to this remote corner of the mountains, seeking adventure, escape, and the tranquility that only nature could offer. But something far more sinister awaited them. Yuji, their natural leader, paced in front of the cabin, trying to keep everyone's spirits high. Come on, everyone. The sun's up, and we've got a whole day ahead of us. Let's hit the trail before it gets too hot. His usual enthusiasm felt strained, though his friends responded with sleepy grins and groans. Haruka, Yuji's girlfriend, stood a little apart from the others, adjusting her camera. Just a minute, she murmured, her eyes focused on the way the mist clung to the trees. This light, it's perfect. You and that camera, Momoko teased, her laughter carrying across the clearing, though it seemed hollow in the stillness. You're always trying to capture the perfect shot. One day you'll photograph something you wish you hadn't. Haruka smirked, though her expression softened when she glanced at Yuji. Someone has to capture the memories, Momoko. Not everyone can just live in the moment. Yuji walked over to Haruka, his eyes softening as they met hers. He placed his hand gently on her shoulder, his voice low. You're always thinking about the future, aren't you? Haruka smiled, her gaze drifting from the camera to him. It's because I want to hold on to these moments with you, she said softly, her voice carrying a tenderness that only Yuji could hear. Yuji leaned in and kissed her forehead, his touch lingering, as if to reassure her. I'm right here, Haruka. We'll make plenty of memories together. Haruka leaned into him, savoring the warmth of his presence. Despite the unease that was slowly creeping in, she felt safe with Yuji in that moment. They were just 2 people in love, surrounded by the beauty of the wilderness. As Yuji held Haruka close, Kenji sat off to the side, staring thoughtfully at the trees. His hands fidgeted with his notebook where he had been sketching strange symbols he had seen carved into the bark. Yuji's younger sister, Akira, the tech-savvy member of the group, noticed his distraction and nudged him gently. What's going on in that head of yours? She asked. Kenji glanced at her, his expression serious. The trees, some of them have these markings. I've never seen anything like them. Akira shrugged, trying to brush off the tension she felt in the air. Probably just erosion or something. This whole place is old, but you already know that. Kenji nodded, though he wasn't convinced. He turned his attention back to the trees, but his mind kept drifting toward Akira. She had always been the pragmatic one in the group, the one who kept everyone grounded, but lately Kenji had begun to see her in a different light. There was something about the way she stood by him, always listening when he shared his thoughts, that made his heart race in a way he hadn't expected. As the day wore on, the group hiked, fished, and shared stories by the campfire, but an unsettling presence seemed to lurk just beyond the clearing. The laughter that once filled the woods now echoed unnaturally, and the once vibrant energy of the group began to fade. Then the shadows appeared. At first they were fleeting, just at the corners of their vision, barely noticeable. But each evening as the sun set, the shadows seemed to gather at the edge of the clearing, watching and waiting. "Did you see that?" Momoko whispered one night, clutching her blanket tightly as they sat by the fire. Yuji, his eyes scanning the darkened forest, tried to keep his voice calm. "It's just your imagination. We're out in the middle of nowhere. It's bound to feel creepy." But even Yuji couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The nightmares started soon after. Each night they dreamed of grotesque creatures, long twisted limbs and glowing red eyes, watching from the darkness. Every morning they awoke drenched in sweat, the weight of their dreams clinging to them like a dark mist. It was on the fourth night, during a violent storm, that the full horror of their situation began to reveal itself. The rain had started as a drizzle, but by the time night fell, it was hammering down like nails on the cabin roof. Inside, the group huddled near the fire, its flickering light barely holding back the oppressive darkness outside. Thunder rumbled and lightning lit the room in sharp, jagged flashes. Kenji, who had been restless all night, stood abruptly. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his voice strained. Haruka looked up from her camera, confused. "Hear what?" "That sound," Kenji said, moving toward the floor. "It's coming from under the floorboards. Something's moving." Momoko shifted uneasily, glancing around the room. "It's just an old cabin, Kenji. The storm's messing with your head." But Kenji wasn't convinced. He knelt down, running his hands over the floorboards, feeling for something out of place. After a few moments, he found it a loose plank. Without hesitation, he pried it up, revealing a small hollow space beneath the floor. The others gathered around him as he pulled out a bundle wrapped in decaying cloth, tied with frayed rope. "What the hell is that?" Momoko whispered, her voice barely audible. Kenji carefully untied the rope, the cloth falling away to reveal several ancient scrolls yellowed with age, their edges brittle and crumbling. Strange symbols were etched into the surface of each scroll, the ink faded but still legible. Akira knelt beside him, her fingers hovering over the scrolls. "These look really old." Yuji, his face pale, stepped forward. "You shouldn't mess with these. Put them back." But Kenji's fascination had taken hold. "These markings, they're the same as the ones on the trees." He unrolled one of the scrolls, revealing crude drawings of twisted figures, creatures with long limbs and glowing eyes, just like the ones in their nightmares. Haruka's breath caught in her throat. "It's them, the creatures from our dreams." Momoko's voice cracked as she spoke. This can't be real. It's just some old drawings, right?" But as they studied the scrolls, a horrifying realization dawned on them. These weren't just ancient drawings, they were warnings. The symbols depicted dark rituals, sacrifices, and the summoning of the very creatures that had been haunting their dreams. "These beings," Kenji whispered, his hands trembling. "They are real." A chill settled over the room, colder than the storm outside. It was as if the air had thickened, pressing down on them. The storm outside seemed to grow fiercer, as if it was reacting to the scroll's presence. Yuji's voice was tense. "We need to put these back, now." But it was too late. By unearthing the scrolls, they had disturbed something ancient, something malevolent. The air around them seemed to pulse with dark energy, and every creak of the cabin felt like a sinister presence closing in on them. As the storm raged outside, Kenji found himself sitting beside Akira. In the dim light, he saw the worry etched on her face, and his heart ached. He wanted to kiss her, to let her know it would be okay, to protect her, to shield her from the growing terror. But he knew that she was strong, stronger than anyone gave her credit for. "You're always the calm one," Kenji whispered, his voice barely audible over the storm. "I don't think I could handle this without you." Akira looked at him, her expression softening. "We're in this together, Kenji. I've got your back, and you've got mine." In that moment, Kenji felt something shift between them. Despite the danger that surrounded them, despite the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of connection to her. They weren't just friends anymore. He realized that he was falling in love with her, but did she feel the same? He wondered. One stormy night, the group gathered inside, tense and on edge. "We need to figure out what these mean," Akira said, pulling out the scrolls again. Yuji unfolded one, his brow furrowed. "Kenji, these symbols, they match the ones on the trees." Kenji nodded, his voice trembling. "These creatures, they're the ones from our dreams. They're real." The group exchanged fearful glances, the weight of their discovery settling over them like a heavy fog. The cabin had been built on cursed ground, a place where dark rituals had once summoned ancient, malevolent beings. These creatures weren't just figments of their imagination, they had been awakened by the group's presence. Haruka's voice trembled as she turned to Yuji. "We need to leave, now." But the storm outside raged on. "We'll go at first light," Yuji said, his voice tight with fear. As dawn's first light broke through the storm clouds, they packed their belongings in silence, every creak of the cabin making them jump. They bolted from the cabin, the cold air biting at their faces as they raced down the mountain trail. "We're almost there," Yuji shouted as they neared the road, but a low guttural growl echoed from behind them, freezing them in their tracks. They turned as one, their hearts pounding with dread. In the doorway of the cabin stood a figure, its body twisted and unnatural, barely human. Its eyes glowed like burning embers, filled with ancient malice. "Run!" Kenji screamed. They ran, not stopping until they collapsed on the side of the road, gasping for breath. The cabin, and whatever horrors it held, faded into the distance behind them. Years passed, but none of them were ever the same. Yuji, once the fearless leader, became quiet and cautious, warning others never to venture into the mountains. Haruka's photography took on a haunting quality, capturing shadows that seemed to watch from beyond the frame. Kenji, now married to Akira, became obsessed with ancient symbols, dedicating his life to studying forgotten myths. Akira, once a skeptic, founded a paranormal investigation group searching for answers. Momoko, once the life of the group, grew silent, her laughter replaced by a deep, hollow emptiness. She eventually married an old high school friend, trying to rebuild her life after the horrors they had faced. For a while it seemed she had found happiness, but tragedy struck 3 years later when she was diagnosed with cancer. Despite fighting bravely, Momoko passed away, leaving behind a void in the lives of those who had once laughed with her, her once vibrant energy now only a distant memory. The weight of her absence lingered like the shadows in the mountains, a reminder of the fragility of life and the mysteries that should never be disturbed. Though they had escaped the mountains, they knew that the shadows still lingered, waiting for the next group of explorers to disturb the dark secrets buried deep within the ancient land. They had survived, but the mountains had left their mark, a reminder that some places are better left undisturbed. Yuji and Haruka married a few years after the incident, hoping to leave the haunting memories behind. But the shadow of those mountains lingered, even in their happiest moments. Their wedding photos, taken by Haruka herself, were filled with a strange beauty, the light always catching something just out of sight, something unsettling. Not long after, they had a daughter, Ayami. She brought joy and light back into their lives, filling their days with laughter and warmth. But sometimes in the quiet moments, Haruka would catch Yuji staring off into the distance, his expression unreadable. On those nights, as they tucked Ayemi into bed, they would hold each other a little tighter, the memory of the mountains always lingering at the edge of their thoughts. One evening, as Ayemi played by the window, Haruka noticed the mist rising over the distant hills, just like it had all those years ago. She shivered, her heart quickening. When Yuji saw it too, he gently closed the curtains and kissed her forehead, whispering, "We're safe now." But Haruka wasn't sure. The past had a way of lingering, of clinging to them in quiet, subtle ways. And sometimes when she looked into Ayami's bright, curious eyes, she wondered if their daughter might someday find her way back to the mountains, back to the shadows that still waited there. The end. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call Evil versus Kids. With that being said, let us begin. When I was in elementary school, we used to play by the riverbank near the schoolyard, telling stories and making up challenges. One day we got especially into telling scary stories. "My name's Yuki and I've got a real story for you," I said, leaning in. "You all seen that creepy doll in the science room, right? Well, some say the doll displayed in the science room comes to life at night and runs around the school. I inform my friends." Skylar says, mockingly, "Scary." Billy responds, "Really?" Mr. Yamato shakes his head as he says, Nah, that's gotta be a lie." Skylar says as he crosses his arms, "Then how about we sneak into the school tonight and check it out?" That's how the conversation went. The crew was me, Skylar, Billy, and Mr. Yamato, the four of us. The school's front entrance was locked, and we couldn't get in. Back then, school security wasn't as tight as it is now. In fact, it was a time when even ordinary houses hardly ever locked their doors. At midnight, pretending to have gone to bed, we sneaked out from under our futons and gathered at the school grounds. As expected, the door next to the gym was open. We sneaked in quietly. The school at night was unexpectedly dark and eerily silent, a stark contrast to the daytime. Only the streetlights shining through the windows and the green glow of emergency lights, along with the red lamp of the emergency call button, could be relied on. Everyone brought their indoor shoes, right? I asked the crew. Skylar smirks as he holds up his shoes. "Of course, can't go in with our outdoor shoes, we'd get scolded," while Mr. Yamato rubs the back of his neck before saying, I only brought my outdoor shoes." Billy giggles. "Oh, Mr. Yamato. Well, it can't be helped." Skylar pats Mr. Yamato on the back. "It's okay for Mr. Yamato. You're just an old man after all." Then Misara laughs and Mr. Yamato laughs back nervously. Funny Sky, everyone except Mr. Yamato changed into their indoor shoes. Then we entered the gym and walked through the corridor and headed towards the school building. Straight ahead and up the stairs, the infamous human model was in the second-floor science room. We tiptoed down the pitch-dark hallway towards the science room, whispering to each other, if only we had a flashlight, but it was too late for regrets. The science room came into view. We slowly slid open the door and peeked inside. Thanks to the street lights shining through the window, we could see somewhat clearly. Looking around, Skylar asks, "Where's that doll?" I'm getting scared. Rolling his eyes, Billy replies, "It's in the front, silly. Has to be on one of the shelves or something." Mr. Yamato looks near the teacher's closet near the shelves. It's not there. Indeed, the human model was missing. Maybe it had been put away. Just then, we were startled by a voice from behind. "Hey there! Are you looking for me?" We all turned to look and scream. Ah, ah. There stood the human model, its eyes moving wildly as it spoke to us. Skylar's face goes pale. Run, run. Billy turns to run quickly. No way. It's true. Let's get out to here. Frozen in fear, Mr. Yamato starts to shake. No, stay away from us. His eyes locked on the doll. Because we were attacked from behind, we initially ran into the science room. Where do you think you're going? The doll says in a mocking voice, quickly closing in. Half human, half exposed muscles and organs, it approached us with a clanking sound. Hurry! I screamed as we ran to the opposite door, rushed out into the hallway, and fled. Wait! Don't run from me, the doll says as it pursued us. No! No! Ouch! Mr. Yamato cries out as he trips. He's not very athletic. Probably got his feet tangled, but we couldn't afford to go back for him. The doll was almost upon us. Skylar calls out to Mr. Yamato as he continues to run. Get up quickly! Hurry! Panicking to open the exit door, Billy cries out. It's catching up, I don't want to die. I help Billy open the door as I cry out, hurry! Come on, everyone! Run! It wasn't until we exited the hall that we noticed we had left Mr. Yamato behind. We made it to the exit next to the gym, but Mr. Yamato still didn't show up. We waited for a while in fear, but after a while we got worried and scared. He's bigger and stronger than us. He'll manage on his own, I said, and Skylar and Billy agreed. So after 30 minutes, we left Mr. Yamato behind and hurried home. And so our night of adventure ended. The next morning, too scared to go to school after what had happened, I was trying to fake being sick to skip school. Suddenly, there was a knock at my room door. That's when my mom barged into my room. Hey, you're off school today. Seems like something happened. Got off a phone call with your teacher, Miss Sato, Mom said, confused. Wait, what happened? I asked, pretending not to know, even though I had a guess, still under my covers holding the blanket to my chest. My mom steps closer. I don't know, but they said school's closed for the day. Just then, our home phone started ringing. It seemed to be a call from my classmate's mom. I listened to my mom's voice as she had gone to the hall to answer the call. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Hamada, Yuki's mom. Yes, I was just informed the school was closed but was not told why. Oh my, that is terrible. Really? No way. Do they know who? Was anyone else? Oh, I see. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Mom's face was so worried and saddened. I called out to her, and she returned to my bedroom. She cleared her throat as if thinking of what to say. I watched my mom blankly. Mom, what's up? Did you find out anything? I asked, nervously. She looks at me. Well, Mom sighs. There was a murder at the school. Seems like a homeless man snuck into the school last night and was found dead. It is so terrible. The police are all over the place now. The school is a crime scene and will be closed till further notice. Mom replied, her voice cracking in shock. Deep down, I knew it was Mr. Yamato. He didn't make it out. I pulled the blanket over my head and shivered. Mr. Yamato was a homeless guy living on the river bank. He was our friend and we left him behind. Skylar, Billy and I became friends with him while playing on the river bank. Unlike other adults, he wasn't scary at all, and although a bit smelly, he loved to play, just like us kids. Poor Mr. Yamato must have been caught and killed by the ghost of the human model. The news even covered it the next day. A reporter was screaming from the scene. Last night at XX Elementary School in OO Ward, a man who had illegally entered the school was found dead. The janitor of the school discovered the body and reported it to the police. The deceased man was carrying no identification, and identification might take some time. The reporter continued, "Furthermore, due to severe damage to the body, the police cannot rule out foul play and are treating it as a murder case. Investigation is difficult as, despite clear footprints indicating entry through the door next to the gym, no suspicious footprints other than the victims were found. That's all from the scene. Only the victims' footprints were found. Of course, we kids had changed into our indoor shoes, which would blend in with the many footprints of other students. Plus, a doll wouldn't leave footprints or fingerprints. I never imagined seeing my school on TV. I called Skylar and Billy, suggesting we meet at the riverbank where Mr. Yamato used to be. The police were already swarming around the tent on the riverbank. The TV said the victim was unidentified, but it was clear he was homeless, and if there were homeless people near the school, it had to be by the riverbank. It was only a matter of time before the police figured it out, and they seemed to be conducting a neighborhood investigation. We discussed what to do from a distance. Skylar's eyes were red due to crying during the day and lack of sleep. What should we do? Should we tell the police? Billy sighs, feeling scared and guilty, but we might get in trouble for sneaking into the school at night. And we left Mr. Yamato behind. His death might be our fault, I replied. Skylar shakes his head. No, I don't want that. Skylar started crying. He was our friend, and he protected us. Now, he is gone. Billy pats Skylar's shoulder. Don't cry, we can try and go. We'll take revenge for Mr. Yamato. I reply, how? Can we really defeat that monster? Skylar, the youngest of us, replies as he wipes his face. I'm scared. How can we? We are just kids. It's simple. It comes to life at night. During the day, it's just a doll, right? Billy says, right. We'll take it down during the day, as he looks at Skylar and me. Skylar dries his eyes, but it's a cursed doll. What if it just comes back together at night, even if we take it apart? Looking at Billy and Skylar, I see. So how to put an end to it for good? I ask. Thinking out loud, Skylar says, hitting it won't work, cutting it won't work. Billy crosses his arms as he replies, boiling it, roasting it won't work either. I guess. Did you just say roast? Roasting, maybe roasting is the way to go. I ask as I look at Billy. Skylar raises his brow. Yeah, it's made of plastic. It should burn well. Billy thinks for a moment. But we'd set the school on fire. Okay, let's have a strategy meeting tonight. Skylar and I nod and reply, Roger. We regrouped at the riverbank after the police had left to plan our attack on the ghost of the human model. After school the next day, we carried out our plan. There was a storeroom at the back of the gym with an emergency stretcher and a locker, perfect for transporting the doll. Carefully, we borrowed the stretcher and headed to the second-floor science room. We made it to the science room without anyone noticing. The annoying human model was standing there looking innocent, as if you don't walk around at night. This stand is just for show. I say to myself, as I study the stand for a moment. Sure enough, the screws holding the model to the stand were easily removed by hand. Pinching his nose, Skylar says, it stinks in here. Billy makes a face as the scent hits him. Now that you mention it, yuck. It's the doll. The doll stinks. I reply as I took out a sheet from my sports bag, borrowed from home. We wrapped the smelly doll in the sheet to hide its creepy appearance as much as possible. The smell was somewhat less noticeable after wrapping it in the sheet. Then we placed it on the stretcher and secured it. All that was left was to quickly carry it outside. Skylar ran ahead as a scout to check for teachers or other obstacles, while Billy and I carried the front and back of the stretcher. Navigating the difficult stairs easily and making our way outside, some students saw us and laughed, but that was nothing new. It's surprisingly heavy for a doll. That's when Billy says from behind, "Hey, there's blood, blood seeping through." I say as I noticed the floor as I looked back, seeing that blood was starting to soak through the white sheet wrapping the doll. We were terrified but kept running. Eventually, we could see the riverbank. "Hey! Over here!" Skylar calls to us in a whisper. Homeless men were waving at us. Skylar had honestly told them about Mr. Yamato's death the previous night and asked for their help in defeating the monster. A wooden structure had been set up on the riverbank, surrounded by the homeless men. We finally managed to deliver the stretcher there. My legs felt like cramping and my hands hurt, might have blistered. "Is that the monster doll?" one of the homeless men asked. "Yeah, look, blood is seeping through the sheet, it's dangerous." Another homeless man replies. The men swallowed nervously. "All right, let's burn it with the sheet on," they said, and several of them carried the wrapped doll into the wooden structure. It's damn heavy. Someone had lamp fuel which they poured on the sheet and then lit it with a 100 yen lighter. With a booming sound, fire quickly spread. It looked like a campfire. The entire sheet was engulfed in flames. Then, screams came from inside the sheet. Suddenly a loud scream comes from the doll. "No, I will get you all. Let me out. I will kill each and every one of you." The wrapped doll thrashed in the flames. Whoa, we all backed away. Eventually, as the burning sheet tore open, the doll's face began to emerge, blackened and melting, staring at us with glaring eyes. The doll's hands tore through the sheet from the inside. Then, legs appeared, dripping molten drops like coal tar. As the doll emerged from the burning sheet, smoke billowing out. Something heavy dropped from the doll's belly in front of us. The flaming doll slowly climbed the burning structure, intending to escape. Everyone backed away, some even ran. Finally, the doll fell from the top of the structure, its tangled legs coming off. But it propped itself up with its arms, glaring at us. "I won't let you escape," the doll said, pursuing us with its upper body ablaze. Billy rushes back. "Whoa, let's get out of here." Everyone scattered in different directions, but it seemed to target me. Clanking loudly, it chased me with incredible speed. I ran desperately through the riverbank. The dry grass caught fire wherever the pursuing doll passed. Eventually, the doll's speed decreased. The melted, sticky resin got tangled with the grass, immobilizing it. The doll stood in the middle of the riverbank, emitting black smoke, its terrifying face momentarily visible. It no longer moved. It seemed we had won against the doll, but the fire continued to spread uncontrollably through the riverbank grass. Skylar cries out to me, "Hey, run fast. Hurry, Yuki." Billy pulls on Skylar. "We need to leave now. Run." I could hear my friends shouting. Damn, now I was the one being abandoned. Was I going to die here, engulfed in flames? I couldn't see through the smoke. Then I heard a voice. "This way, you'll be safe." It was Mr. Yamato's voice. I ran towards it. I just kept running. I managed to escape to a fire-free area. I fell to my knees, shaking and out of breath. "Mr. Yamato, thank you, and I am so sorry for not being able to save you." I apologized, crying. Someone must have called them because fire trucks soon arrived at the riverbank to start extinguishing the fire. We ran away. The fire was eventually deemed to have spread from a campfire made by the homeless people, and they were taken elsewhere, but nobody mentioned us or the doll. The police returned to the school. A theft report was filed for the missing human model from the science room. That doll worth about 500,000 yen. I overheard a teacher lamenting. These incidents were reported as separate events. The homeless man murder at school and the riverside fire accident. The human model theft didn't make it to the newspapers. Better pretend I don't know anything, I say to Billy and Skylar. Also, a new ghost story had been added to our school. Sometimes there were inexplicably smelly places, supposedly haunted by the ghost of a homeless person. Looks like Mr. Yamato decided to stay at the school, sighs Billy. Skylar looks to Billy, then he's not homeless anymore. Billy nods and pats Skylar's shoulder. Very true, true, true indeed. Hey, does it smell here? I ask, looking towards Billy and Skylar. Skylar and Billy smile, and both say in sync, Mr. Yamato is here. We all smile and giggle, missing our friend, but feeling happy knowing he is still here to protect us, and so our adventure truly came to an end. As for Skylar, Billy, and I, we tried telling our story at first, however no one believes us, they just think we all made it up. Maybe it's better that way. The end. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call my favorite TV show. With that being said, let us begin. My name is Janet. This is a story from when I was very young, around 4 or 5 years old. Now that I think about it, something about the whole thing was wrong. And unsettling though, at the time I was too young to fully understand. You see, there was this TV show that only aired in the dead of night. After my parents went to bed, I'd wake up, almost like it was natural, and make my way to the living room. Each time the TV would already be on. At first I thought maybe my dad had forgotten to turn it off, so I'd pick up the remote to switch it off. But then, something strange would always happen. My eyes would drift from the remote to the TV screen. It was some kind of kid's show. At least, it seemed like one. The details are fuzzy now, but I remember a boy being taken on journeys by a strange girl and a robot to different surreal places. The kind of places that don't feel quite real, but you can't explain why. I get so engrossed in the show that before I knew it, it was over and I'd quietly slip back into bed without waking my parents. The next night, the same thing happened. I woke up at exactly the same time, feeling an irresistible pull towards the living room. Once again, the TV was on, playing the same show. This time I felt a weird childlike excitement, like I was doing something special by watching TV so late at night all by myself. But after the show ended, something felt off. I turned off the TV, went to the bathroom, and on my way back to bed, I saw the faint glow from the living room again. The TV was back on, only this time it was just static. Confused, I turned it off again and hurried back to bed, a strange unease settling over me. About a week later, during kindergarten, a girl I'd never spoken to came up to me during recess. Her face was pale, her eyes wide, and she looked at me like she knew something terrible. "There's a weird kid watching you, you know," she said, her voice soft but chilling. I stared at her, confused and frightened. I had no idea what she meant. "After midnight, that's the time for ghosts. You should go to bed early," she added before walking away, leaving me frozen in place, dread crawling up my spine. That night, the usual pull woke me again. I didn't want to get up, not after what the girl had said, but I couldn't resist. It was like something beyond my control was dragging me toward the living room. When I turned on the TV, my show wasn't there. It was just static on every channel. Disappointed and a little nervous, I was about to switch it off when a loud static scream blasted out. A burst of loud, grating noise blared from the TV. I jumped, dropping the remote as the static flickered, and then the boy from the show appeared on the screen, staring blankly downward. The image was distorted and the colors felt wrong, like I was looking at something alive but not quite right. For what felt like an eternity, he stood there motionless, just staring down. Then bang, bang, bang. His fists started pounding against the inside of the screen, like he was trapped inside the TV, desperate to escape. "Let me out, let me out, let me out." The boy's voice echoed through the living room, growing louder and more frantic. I froze in place, my heart hammering in my chest. His face, once neutral, twisted into something horrifying, something filled with fear and pain. Terrified, I ran to my parents' room. I shook them, screamed for them to wake up, but no matter what I did, they wouldn't stir. It was like they were trapped in some deep, unnatural sleep. Then, from behind me, I heard it crash. Something in the living room shattered, and then, in a voice that sent ice straight through my veins, "Come here, come over here, come here now." It was the voice of the girl from the show, but it was all wrong. Her voice was different, warped, as if it were too close, too real. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as the voice came closer. "Come here, come over here." Panicked, I ducked under the covers, trying to block out the voice, but it kept getting louder. "Come over here." Then my hand brushed against something. It was the remote. In my blind terror, I must have grabbed it when I ran from the living room. An idea, desperate and shaky, popped into my head. Trembling, I crawled out from under the covers and pointed the remote toward the doorway, where I could feel her presence looming closer. Her shriek pierced the air as she lunged at me, a horrifying silhouette in the shadows. In a panic, I pressed the power button. "Go away! Go away! Go away!" I cried out, keeping my eyes closed. The girl let out a guttural scream as she vanished, disappearing into thin air as the room fell eerily silent. My heart was still racing, but I forced myself to creep back into the living room. The TV was off. There was no sign of the boy, the girl, or the shattered glass. Everything looked normal, but something felt wrong. Waking up in my bed, still fully under the covers, I don't remember falling asleep, but the next thing I knew, it was morning. My dad was reading the newspaper at the kitchen table, like nothing had happened. I asked him cautiously if the TV had been on at night. He just smiled and said, "Of course not." But then my mom chimed in, her tone almost too casual, as she was cooking breakfast. "You were sleepwalking again last night, laughing to yourself in the living room." I felt cold all over. Laughing. I didn't remember laughing. I didn't remember anything funny. Was that event just a dream? I never saw that strange girl from kindergarten again. And I never stayed up after 9 o'clock either. But sometimes late at night I still hear it, the static, faint but unmistakable, as if it's calling me back. And part of me wonders if one day I'll answer. The end. Today I will be telling you a short story to kick off the spooky season that I made up. I figured what better way than to make up a story about myself in a tale that I call The Midnight Glow of Osaka. Also, please stay till the end where I will play a song for you that I wrote myself. With that being said, let us begin. In the quiet hours of midnight, Osaka stood at the edge of the old forgotten garden, the silver lace of her gown shimmering faintly in the pale moonlight. Her hands, adorned with delicate bands, moved with graceful precision as she lit a candle, its flame a flicker in the encroaching darkness. The city beyond was silent, as if holding its breath, waiting for what was to come. Osaka had always been different. Some said she was a storyteller with a gift. Others claimed her words wove something far more sinister. Her tales weren't just stories, they were alive, they breathed in the air, and those who listened could feel them creep into their minds, planting roots that grew into fear. That night, she was more ethereal than ever, her voice a soft murmur as she whispered to the shadows around her. In the midnight glow, she began. They come, ghosts of what was, and what could never be. The candle's flame flickered, as though reacting to her words, casting faint shapes on the crumbling walls of the abandoned house behind her. The stories she told weren't mere fables. Each tale was a memory, a glimpse into lives long forgotten, or perhaps lives that never existed. Her voice grew softer, darker as she spoke of the lost souls that wandered the city's streets, unseen but always present. They walk with us, she whispered, and sometimes they find a way in. The small group that had gathered in the garden stood entranced by her words. They could feel it now, the faint chill in the air, the sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. The whispered tales of phantom voices began to merge with the night itself. One by one, they shivered, glancing over their shoulders, though they couldn't explain why. Then Osaka stopped, her neon two-tone eyes met theirs, and in that instant they saw something, a deep, trembling fear hidden behind her calm demeanor. It was as if the stories she told weren't just figments of her imagination. Without another word, she turned and began to walk deeper into the shadows, the candlelight fading as she moved away. But as her silhouette disappeared, the stories lingered, wrapping themselves around the listeners like a cold breeze. One man, bold with curiosity, stepped forward. "Wait," he called after her, but Osaka did not stop. He followed her, his footsteps slow and cautious as he made his way into the abandoned house she had disappeared into. The others watched, too afraid to follow, but unable to leave. Inside, the air was thick with dust and decay. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the old windows, casting faint beams across the rotting wood. "Osaka," he called again, but his voice was swallowed by the oppressive silence. And then, just beyond the candle's dying glow, he saw her, standing at the far end of the room, facing away from him. Her voice, soft and cold, drifted through the still air. "Do you believe in the stories I tell?" I don't know," he stammered, the fear clawing its way into his chest. "They're just stories, aren't they?" Slowly, she turned to face him, and in her eyes he saw it, the truth behind her whispered tales. They weren't just stories, they were the remnants of something far older, far darker, and now they were awake. The candle extinguished with a sharp hiss, plunging the room into darkness, and in that darkness he felt them cold hands, unseen but unmistakably real, reaching for him. The ghostly whispers grew louder surrounding him, filling his mind with fear. Osaka's voice was barely audible above the cacophony. "You shouldn't have followed." He tried to scream, but the sound died in his throat as the unseen hands pulled him deeper into the void. The shadows closed in around him, and in the final moments before the darkness consumed him entirely, he realized the terrible truth. Osaka wasn't just telling ghost stories. She was making them. By the time the others dared to enter the house, the man was gone, and Osaka stood in the center of the room, her face expressionless, her eyes hollow. Without a word, she turned and walked past them, out into the night, leaving only the faint scent of sweet candle smoke behind. The group remained frozen, staring at the spot where the man had vanished, but deep down they knew the truth. He hadn't just disappeared, he had become part of the story. As they left the house, the whispers followed them, and they understood that no matter how far they ran, they would never escape Osaka's midnight tales, because once you heard them, you became one of them, and fear survived. The end. I hope you enjoyed my story. Now, as promised, here is a song I wrote and made. Please enjoy.
In the midnight glow she stands, Osaka in her lace and bands. Shadow tales she softly speaks, ghosts, they dance to whispered freaks. Candles flicker dim and slight, she weaves stories in the night. Phantom voices echo clear, in her eyes you'll find the fear. Haunting whispers in the dark, Osaka lights the ghostly spark, tales so vivid day and night, haunting whispers in the night, gothic dreams of yesteryears, memories of unseen tears, ghostly secrets she revives, in her whispers fear survives. Moonlight casts its silver glow, she's a specter in the flow. Osaka's voice, a chilling breeze, telling tales of mysteries, haunting whispers in the dark. Osaka lights the ghostly spark, tales so vivid day and night, haunting whispers in the night.
Hello, and welcome to my channel. My name is osakachan.doll. I'm so thrilled to have you here today. Before we dive in, there's just one thing to say. Let this video hit that subscribe, please support keeps the dream alive. Click the bell, stay in the know. New videos come and watch them grow. Thank you for being here, you're the best. Now let's get started with the rest. A short story I made just for you, so sit back, relax, here's what we'll do. Let this video hit that subscribe, please support keeps the dream alive. Click the bell, stay in the know. New videos come and watch them grow. Like every like, with every click, we build a world, brick by brick. So thank you all for what you do. Let's dive right in, it's just for you. Let this video hit that subscribe, please support keeps the dream alive. Click the bell, stay in the know. New videos come and watch them grow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's begin.
Hello and welcome to my doll house. I'm Osakachan.doll and I'm super excited and thrilled you're here today. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to share something personal. For those of you listening, due to some feedback suggesting my voice was a bit monotone and lack of emotion in my reading voice, I feel I should address the topic. What many don't know is that for years I've struggled with this because of childhood trauma related to learning to read and write. This trauma often triggered severe panic attacks, making it difficult for me to breathe. Reading aloud has always been especially challenging for me because of this. Because of this, I learned to read out loud in a pace easier for me to read without triggering an attack. Although I've made significant progress over time, I'm still committed to improving and working on myself. I want to thank you all in advance for your understanding. Now, before we jump into the video, it would mean a lot if you could hit the like button and subscribe. Your support goes a long way in helping me to continue to create quality content. Don't forget to tap the notification bell so you're always up to date with my latest uploads. And if you're into cool merch, check out Osaka Doll merch for some stylish gear and fun accessories, links in the description below. Thanks so much for being here, and let's get started. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call Whispers of the Forgotten Mansion. With that being said, let us begin. It was a cold, dark Halloween night. The wind howled through the empty streets. The once lively trick-or-treaters now vanished as if they had never existed. Four friends, Alice, Miguel, Lola, and Benny, walked in eerie silence, their footsteps echoing in the chilling stillness. Shadows danced under flickering streetlights, and the air felt thick, oppressive, as if the night itself was watching them. They had heard the whispers, the ghost stories about the abandoned Victorian mansion on the outskirts of town, the place no one dared to go. It had been home to unspeakable horrors, they said. Children who entered were never seen again. The elderly would mumble about cursed rituals, about people who had vanished without a trace. The mansion was said to feed on fear, and yet here they were, seeking the thrill that came with daring the unknown. Feeling uneasy, Lola gripped her coat tightly, trembling, not just from the cold, but from an unshakable sense of dread that gnawed at her gut. She'd never liked this sort of thing, but something more than her friends' peer pressure kept her moving forward. Something darker. Benny, the Joker, was trying too hard to lighten the mood with nervous, not-so-funny jokes and comments. Deep down, he was terrified. When they finally stood before the mansion, its malevolent presence seemed to loom over them like a beast swallowing the sky. It was larger than they'd imagined. The decaying structure bent with time, windows like soulless eyes peering down at them. The yard was a graveyard of weeds and twisted trees. The air around the house seemed colder and dead. "I don't like this," Lola whispered, voice trembling. Alice smirked. "It's just a house. Let's go." They approached the rotting door, which groaned in protest as Alice pushed it open. The moment they crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped further, and a sudden gust of wind slammed the door behind them with a deafening bang. Dust swirled in the moonlight, filtering through the cracked windows, and the scent of decay clung to the air. Benny's laugh was hollow. "Maybe we should leave before we catch some kind of haunted tetanus." But no one moved. The mansion seemed to pulse around them, alive in its own twisted way. They wandered deeper into its belly, the creaking floorboards groaning beneath their weight, as though the house was shifting, watching. "This place feels wrong," Miguel whispered, voice low, as though speaking too loudly might awaken something. Alice led them to a grand abandoned ballroom. Dust-covered chandeliers swayed eerily despite no wind. Sheets draped forgotten furniture, but there was something beneath the sheets. Moving, just barely, the air felt thick and hard to breathe, like the walls themselves were closing in. Suddenly, the ballroom doors slammed shut behind them, sealing them inside. Lola screamed, and Benny's face paled as his jokes died in his throat. This isn't funny anymore. And then they heard it. A voice. Cold, disembodied, seeping from the walls. "Welcome to my home. You've come so far, you must stay." The room's temperature plummeted as the shadows around them deepened. The chandeliers groaned, their chains rattling. Then, from the darkest corner of the ballroom, a figure emerged, tall, skeletal, draped in rotting black attire. His skin was ashen, stretched tight over sharp bones, and his eyes glowed an unnatural, sickly yellow. "I've been waiting for you," the figure rasped, a grin splitting his face as he raised one bony hand. A shiver ran down their spines as the lights flickered out, plunging the room into utter blackness. Panic gripped the group. "We need to get out of here." Lola shrieked, fumbling for the door, but it wouldn't budge. Miguel banged his fists against the walls, but they didn't even creak. Benny's flashlight flickered on, but the beam barely penetrated the darkness. Then there was a laugh. It was low, guttural, and inhuman. It echoed through the room. The floor beneath them creaked violently before splitting open. With a sickening crack, they plunged downward, falling through the rotten wood, landing hard on cold stone floors below. The dim light revealed they were no longer in the mansion, but in what looked like a medieval dungeon. Chains hung from the walls, covered in cobwebs, and the air smelled of death and rot. Trying to stand up, Lola trembled as she whispered, "This isn't possible. What is this place? This can't be real." But it was. There, in the corner of the dungeon, stood the figure from the ballroom. He was closer now, eyes gleaming with malice. "You should never have come," he hissed. "And now, you can never leave." He raised his hands and the ground around them began to pulse as though something was alive and was buried beneath their feet. The walls seemed to shift, the stones twisting and rearranging themselves like the house was breathing. The floor began to ripple, a dark substance bubbling up from beneath. Panicking, they tried to flee, but the dungeon warped, shifting like a maze around them. Every path they took led them back to the same spot. They could hear whispers, dark chants echoing in their heads. A chill ran through their bones as they realized the house was consuming them, trapping them in an eternal loop of terror. As they scrambled, Benny was the first to stumble. When he did, the ground beneath him opened up, and black, skeletal hands reached up, pulling him down into the abyss. His scream echoed before, abruptly cutting off. The others screamed, scrambling away, but there was no escape. "You are all mine," the figure called out to them. His voice was like venom. Suddenly, everything went black. When they awoke, they were back outside the mansion. The sky was pale with the first light of dawn, but something was different. The mansion, it was gone. Only a patch of dead grass remained where it once stood. Lola stared. Her eyes were opened wide. "It's gone. What in the world is going on? How can it be gone?" Miguel, pale and trembling, whispered, "Did we imagine it?" But Alice knew better. She touched her arm where a deep scratch ran across her skin. It was too real to be a dream. "We didn't imagine anything." As they turned to leave, Lola stopped. The whispers returned, faint but unmistakable, coming from the ground beneath her feet. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest, and as she looked down, she could see something moving beneath the earth. They all felt and saw it. Benny, Miguel, Alice, and Lola had never felt so scared. They looked at each other before running home as fast as they could. This was one Halloween they would never forget, and they all knew the truth. They could still feel it even after many years had passed. They knew. The mansion wasn't gone. It was waiting. The end.
But not for long. Thanks for watching, hope you found it strong. I truly hope it left a spark, engaging thoughts, lighting up the dark. You liked what you see, don't hesitate. Hit that like, subscribe, it's never too late. Your support, it means the world to me. Helps me bring you more, just wait and see. Oh, click that bell, don't miss a beat. Stay tuned, every moment is sweet. I'm Osaka, here for you. Take care, goodbye, until we meet soon. Creating content to inspire your mind. Thank you for the feedback, it's more than kind. Together we can keep this journey bright. With you here, everything feels right. So hit that like, the rhythm roll. Subscribe and say let's reach a goal. Your support lifts me higher every day. Keep coming back, we've got more on the way. Oh, click that bell, don't miss a beat. Stay tuned, every moment is sweet. I'm Osaka, here for you. Take care, goodbye, until we meet soon. Oh, until we meet again, my friend, this journey doesn't have to end. Thank you for everything you've done. We've just begun, we've just begun. Oh, click that bell, don't miss a beat. Stay tuned, every moment is sweet. I'm Osaka, here for you. Take care, goodbye, until we meet soon.
Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call Winter's Omen on the Road. With that being said, let us begin. My name is Paul. This happened a few years ago during the winter. Still scares me just thinking about this. It's cold, I said, shivering, raising a brow as he drove. Cold? Really? We're inside a car, aren't we? Relax, I have the heater on, Masato replied. It was late January, the kind of winter night that chills to the bone. After finishing a long day of club activities, I was supposed to get a ride home from Masato, my senior. He had just gotten his license in June, so it was more of a practice drive for him. What I assumed would be a simple ride turned into something far more complicated. Weeks of heavy snow had clogged the highways with traffic, and accidents kept us crawling forward by mere inches. Frustrated, Masato suggested we take the local mountain roads to get around the jam. It was already 7 p.m., and the darkness of the January night engulfed us as we drove deeper into the mountains. Man, mountain roads at night, kinda creepy, don't you think? Masato said, turning up the heater, his voice trying to mask a sliver of unease. You know, not everyone rushes to get their license in high school, I said, trying to lighten the mood. Whatever, chicks dig guys who can drive, he replied with a smirk. We kept talking, trying to shake the eerie feeling growing inside the car. Suddenly, the car skidded on the black ice. We both were panicking. The brakes are not working. Hold on tight, he yelled out, frantically trying to control the car. We spun out, heading straight for the guardrail. At the last moment, the car screeched to a halt, mere inches from the edge. My heart raced as we sat there, breathless. That was way too close, Masato muttered. We stepped out of the car to check the road and saw it was slick with black ice. The danger was real, and crossing these mountains was going to be a nightmare. We can't keep driving in this, I said. Are we going to sleep in the car? Masato nodded, already pulling the car into a nearby parking lot. It was abandoned, a small patch of cracked asphalt surrounded by towering trees. At the far corner of the lot sat a dilapidated car, half buried under snow. It looked like it had been there for years, a skeletal wreck of twisted metal. Is that an abandoned car? I asked. Yeah, looks like it was in a bad accident, Masato said casually as we settled in for the night. I moved to the back seat to try and get some sleep, but the unease of the mountain road clung to me like a shadow. Hours passed. My eyes fluttered open at around 2 a.m. to a sound. Knock, knock. A dry, hollow tapping echoed through the silence. My breath hitched. The sound was faint but persistent, coming from outside the car. Masato, I whispered, nudging him awake. There's something outside. Huh? What's wrong? He muttered, still half asleep. Listen, I said, heart pounding in my chest. There's something knocking. Masato rubbed his eyes and listened. After a moment, he said, It's just the wind. Go back to sleep. But then he froze, his eyes widening. Hey, whatever you do, don't look in the side mirror. His voice sent a chill down my spine. Too late. I glanced at the mirror, curiosity overpowering my fear. What I saw sent my blood running cold. A figure emerged from the shadows, a human-shaped mass, but not quite human. Its skin hung in loose, ragged pieces, glistening under the faint moonlight. Flesh dripped from its bones like melted wax, and its face. God, its face. It was a mess of twisted features, barely recognizable as human. The thing dragged itself toward us, each step slower than the last, like it was falling apart with every movement. Masato, I whispered, my voice barely audible. Bang! A violent thud hit the window, and I whipped my head around. The creature was pressed against the glass, staring at me with hollow, blackened eyes. Its mouth moved, mumbling something, but the words were garbled, like it was choking on its own rotting flesh. Fall. Down. It gurgled, a sick smile forming across its mangled face. I screamed. Everything inside me wanted to run, but there was nowhere to go. The door wouldn't open, the creature's bloody handprints smeared across the window, its nails scraping down the glass with a screech that set my teeth on edge. Suddenly, everything went black. I woke up to sunlight streaming through the windows. The warmth of morning should have brought comfort, but something felt wrong. Masato was already awake, casually munching on a snack, like nothing had happened. "Let's go grab some breakfast," he said cheerfully. My head throbbed. "What happened last night?" I muttered. "What? What do you mean?" Masato asked, oblivious. "The thing outside the car, you saw it too, right?" Masato blinked at me, confused. "You must have had a nightmare, dude." I slept like a baby. I looked out the window. The abandoned car that had been in the parking lot was gone. The snow-covered wreck had vanished without a trace. "Masato, you don't remember anything weird?" He shrugged. "Nah, just a creepy dream. Some lady driving, losing control, falling off a cliff. Her body just kept falling, getting mangled, piece by piece. It was pretty gnarly." The blood drained from my face as I listened. I realized his dream mirrored what I saw last night. It wasn't just a coincidence. Something was horribly wrong. Just then, our car jerked violently. "Hey! Whoa!" Masato shouted. Struggling with the steering wheel, we slid across a patch of ice, the car spinning out of control. The brakes screamed as we came to a stop. Once again, inches from the guardrail, my breath caught in my throat. As I glanced down the steep cliff beside us, my heart nearly stopped. Below, in the shadows of the rocks, was the twisted wreck of a car, the same car we had seen the night before, but now there was no snow. No time had passed. It was the same wreck, mangled and broken, lying at the bottom of the cliff, and next to it, barely visible from our height, was the figure. Her twisted body mangled beyond recognition, her broken limbs stretched out toward us. Her face was a nightmare, grinning up at me. Masato, oblivious as always, shrugged it off, restarting the car. "Close one, huh?" As we drove away, I couldn't shake the image from my mind. That figure, that woman, she had been waiting for us, watching us. I heard her voice again in my head. The same words over and over. "Fall, fall." And in that moment, I knew the next time there would be no stopping at the guardrail. The mountain had claimed her once, and now it was waiting to claim us too. As we drove away from the mountain's edge, I could still feel her presence. The air felt thicker, and the silence between Masato and me weighed heavy. His carefree whistling, which had always annoyed me before, now felt like the only thing keeping me tethered to reality. But even that was fading into the background, replaced by the relentless echo in my mind. Fall, fall. Every curve of the mountain road felt like a trap, every patch of ice waiting to send us over the edge. My knuckles were white as I gripped the seat, eyes darting from the road to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the twisted figure dragging itself after us. But there was nothing, only the creeping fog that rolled over the road, suffocating the trees and swallowing the car as we descended further into the dark valley. The twisted wreck below, the mangled body, those weren't just remnants of someone else's tragedy. They felt like an omen. A warning. Masato, oblivious to my spiraling thoughts, turned on the radio, letting static fill the tense quiet. "Hey, once we're down, let's grab ramen, yeah?" he said, smiling as if the near-death moments were already behind us. I tried to respond, but my throat was dry, my voice strained by the dread still clinging to me. How could he act so normal? How could he not feel it? The pull, the weight of something ancient and malicious that seemed to stalk us with every mile. The road stretched endlessly before us, winding like a serpent, and the fog grew denser, It clung to the car windows, distorting the world outside into strange, ghostly shapes. At one point, I thought I saw something flicker through the mist, shadow darting across the road, but when I blinked, it was gone. The radio crackled again, breaking the monotony of the static with a faint voice, barely audible. Fall. My heart leaped into my throat. Did I hear that right? Masato. Do you hear that? I asked, my voice trembling. Hear what? He replied, glancing over casually, but his face was bathed in pale light. The carefree expression he wore just moments before seemed to wane, but he shrugged it off. I leaned forward, turning up the volume. The static hissed louder, and through it, I could swear I heard that same voice. Her voice, whispering again. Fall. Fall. It was clearer now, like a broken transmission coming from somewhere deep within the mountains, carried on the wind. But it was the way it sounded, like it was crawling through the wires, dragging itself closer. The words cut through the static like nails on glass, sending a violent shiver down my spine. Masato, turn the radio off, I said, my voice sharper than intended. He laughed nervously, hesitating for a moment before switching it off. You're acting weird, man. It's just a little mountain drive, nothing to freak out about. But the moment he clicked the dial, the engine sputtered. The car jerked forward violently before lurching to a halt. Masato cursed under his breath, twisting the key in the ignition, but it only whined, refusing to start. Are you kidding me? He muttered, pounding the steering wheel. Now of all times. I stared out into the fog, heart racing. The world outside felt too still, too quiet. We need to get out of here, I whispered, gripping the door handle. Masato glanced at me, uneasy. Relax. It's just the car acting up. I'll get it going in a second. But I knew, I could feel it. We were trapped. The mountains didn't want us to leave. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it. Just beyond the thick fog, a figure emerging from the darkness. It was her, the woman from the wreck. Her grotesque form shuffled closer, her head tilted at an unnatural angle, bones twisted and broken. Her mangled face was locked in that horrific, knowing smile. I shouted, but when I pointed, she vanished again, swallowed by the mist. Masato groaned. Man, I'm really starting to think you're losing it. There's nothing out there. But I knew she was still watching us, waiting. The fog grew denser, suffocating the road around us, and I could feel the temperature drop colder than before. Try the car again, I urged, my voice trembling. Masato turned the key once more, and this time the engine roared to life, the headlights piercing through the fog. Relief washed over me for a moment, until the beam caught something in the distance. A wrecked car. The same wreck we'd seen earlier, crushed and broken, its metal twisted beyond recognition. Masato, I shouted, that's the same car. Masato looked at me with wide eyes, his carefree demeanor crumbling. That can't be. But it was. I knew it was. And just beyond it, standing still, was the woman. Her head slowly lifted, her eyes locking onto us. Her body moved unnaturally, like she was being dragged by an unseen force. Go, drive! I screamed. Masato slammed on the gas, and the car lurched forward, tires screeching as we tore down the winding road. The headlights cut through the fog, but no matter how fast we drove, I could feel her getting closer. Every bump, every turn, her presence pressed down on us like the mountains themselves were closing in. Don't look back, Masato said, his voice shaking now. But I couldn't help it. I glanced into the rearview mirror, and there she was in the back seat. Her twisted form loomed behind us, her face just inches from mine, smiling. Fall, she whispered, her breath cold on my neck. The car hit a patch of black ice and everything went still. We spun out, the world tilting, and in that moment I knew we had been doomed from the start. As the car spun quickly, her voice echoed in my ears, "Fall." As we slid toward the edge of the cliff, I braced for impact. Time seemed to stretch as the car teetered on the guardrail, suspended between life and death. Masato's knuckles were white, gripping the wheel in a futile attempt to control our fate. The headlights flickered, casting long, sinister shadows across the fog-drenched mountainside. Then the impossible happened. Just as the car was about to tip over the edge, it stopped. Not by Masato's hand, not by the brakes. Something else held us there. The car swayed gently, as though cradled by an invisible force. "Paul, what's happening?" Masato's voice trembled, and for the first time that night, I could hear the raw terror in his words. Before I could answer, the air inside the car grew icy cold, far colder than the winter night outside. My breath fogged in front of me, and an unnatural quiet settled over everything. Even the wind outside seemed to die. In the rearview mirror, her face appeared again. The woman, her mangled form crawling closer, her black eyes staring into mine. But this time she didn't speak. Instead, she reached out, her hand stretching toward the back of my neck, her fingers just brushing my skin, and then she stopped. Her twisted face twisted into a sneer, as if mocking our fear, and her body began to dissolve into the mist. Piece by piece she faded, but her eyes lingered, watching us hungry, as though the mountains had momentarily relented but still demanded a price. "Masato, drive," I whispered. With trembling hands, Masato eased his foot onto the gas. The car lurched forward, slowly rolling away from the brink of the abyss. The fog seemed to part just enough for the road ahead to appear, and we drove, cautious, hearts pounding, desperate to escape. But the nightmare wasn't over. As we wound our way down the treacherous mountain roads, every shadow seemed alive, every gust of wind whispering that same word, "Fall, fall." That is when we noticed in the fog, those shadows, they were real, they were ghosts of her victims. All of them whispering those same words, "Fall, fall, fall." But we just kept driving. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. It was impossible to tell. The road felt endless, looping back on itself, as though the mountains were trying to keep us there. Every once in a while, I would see her in the mist, her broken form standing just beyond the reach of the headlights, watching. But she never attacked again. By the time the sun rose, the fog began to lift. The oppressive silence gave way to the soft chirping of birds, and the warmth of daylight brought a strange sense of normalcy. We finally emerged from the mountain pass, the twisted wreck far behind us. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Misato's carefree attitude had vanished, replaced by a haunted look I had never seen before. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had been spared, not saved, but allowed to leave. The mountains had let us go, but they weren't done with us. As we drove into town, Misato turned to me, his voice low and hoarse. "Paul, we're not telling anyone about this, okay?" I nodded silently. What could we say? Who would believe us? But deep down, I knew the truth. We had survived. Yes, but not by luck. Something had marked us that night. And even though we had escaped the mountains, I could still feel her, waiting and watching. The next time we drove that road, I knew we wouldn't be so lucky. The mountains had let us go once, but they wouldn't let us go twice. And somewhere in the fog, her broken voice still whispered, "Fall, fall, fall." The end. Today I will be telling you an ancient legend from Japan called Teke. With that being said, let us begin. There is an ancient legend in Japan that sends chills down the spine of anyone who hears it. This is the tale of Teke, a ghostly figure that has haunted the streets of Japan for centuries. Some say it's just a myth, but others whisper that it's based on a tragic story buried in the forgotten corners of Japanese history. The origin of Tiki-Teki. In the early 1900s, there was a young woman named Kashima Reiko who lived in a small village near Hokkaido. Reiko was shy, beautiful, and lived a quiet life, mostly keeping to herself. Her father was strict, and her mother died when she was young, leaving her with no one to share her innermost thoughts. One night, while walking home after a late shift at work, Reiko encountered a group of local boys by the railway tracks. These boys had been drinking, and in their drunken stupor started harassing her. They pushed her toward the tracks, taunting her. In a tragic moment of violence, they shoved her, and she stumbled, falling onto the tracks as the sound of an oncoming train echoed through the air. Desperate, she tried to escape, but it was too late. The train hit her, severing her body in half at the waist. Her screams of agony echoed through the night, but no one came to help her. She died alone, her upper body separated from her legs, crawling futilely in the darkness. The legend begins shortly after her death. Rumors began to spread in the nearby villages. People started seeing a ghostly figure near the railway tracks. Some said they saw a woman crawling on her hands and elbows, dragging her upper body with a horrifying strength. Her lower half was missing, but her movements were fast, unnaturally fast. She made a distinct tek-tek sound as her elbows scraped against the ground. It wasn't long before people started disappearing. Victims would be found near train stations, their bodies mutilated in the same way as Reiko's, severed cleanly at the waist. Witnesses who survived claimed they had seen a ghostly figure chasing them, asking questions like, "Where are my legs?" before cutting them in half with a sickle-like blade. The curse of Kashima Reiko. This is where the legend takes an even darker turn. It is said that Kashima Reiko's spirit haunts more than just the train tracks. Her curse extends into modern times. According to the legend, if you hear the story of Tika, you are marked. Within 3 days of hearing her tale, you may see her. She will come to you at night, crawling in the dark, making that dreaded tick sound as she drags her torso toward you. There is, however, one way to escape her wrath. If she asks you where her legs are, you must answer her in the same chilling phrase, "They are at the Mission Expressway." If you fail to say this, she will drag you into the same hellish fate she endured. Some people say that Tiki is not just a ghost, but a manifestation of the rage and sorrow from those who have died in similarly gruesome accidents. They believe she seeks revenge on anyone who dares to speak of her, or who passes by the train tracks where she lost her life. Modern sightings. In the 1970s, reports of Tik-Tik surged again, especially among school children. Some children who dared each other to walk by the railway tracks after dark never returned home. Others claim they saw a woman crawling behind them as they ran in terror, but no one dared to stop and help. Even in recent years, there have been reports of mysterious deaths near railway stations. The victims were all found cut in half, and witnesses often described hearing a strange scraping noise in the moments before their demise. Whether these accounts are real or urban legends, they continue to fuel the fear of Tik-Taka across Japan. The dark truth historians believe that the story of TKK may have roots in a real-life incident. There are records of a young woman being dismembered by a train in Hokkaido around the turn of the century, though the details are vague and shrouded in mystery. Some locals say that the railway where Reiko died was cursed long before the tragedy. They believe it was built on a burial ground where the spirits of restless souls lingered, waiting for the chance to exact their revenge on the living. Now, when the sun sets and the night grows dark, Many still avoid the old railway tracks. Even those who don't believe in ghosts cross the road to stay far away, just in case. The fear of tek-tek still lingers, a shadow that haunts the subconscious of the Japanese people. Whether a vengeful spirit or a warning tale, one thing is certain: once you hear the story of tek-tek, her ghost may come for you next. Be careful the next time you walk by the train tracks at night. And always remember, if you hear the sound of tek-tek-tek behind you, don't turn around. The story of tek-tek doesn't end with just a haunting by the railway. There are whispers of something more sinister, something that lies beneath the surface of the legend, buried in folklore so deep it was almost forgotten. The shadow beneath. In some rural parts of Japan, elders speak of a far older spirit known as Onreach, a vengeful ghost with immense power, capable of causing harm to the living out of resentment and fury. Tik-Tik is believed by some to be one such Onreach, one who became particularly violent because of the way her life ended and the unbearable pain she experienced in her final moments. However, what makes her legend different is the curse she carries, a curse that passes from person to person when they hear her tale. This curse works slowly, wrapping its tendrils around the unfortunate soul who hears her story. The first night, you might dream of her. You'll see her from afar, crawling toward you at an unimaginable speed. You'll wake up in a sweat, unsure if it was a nightmare or something worse. But it doesn't stop there. The second night, it is said by the second night she begins to make herself more present. People have reported waking up at exactly 2:33 a.m. to the sound of scratching, like nails dragging along the floor, moving closer and closer to their bed. Sometimes she will appear in mirrors, a fleeting image of her twisted, bloodied face, staring at you from the dark corners of your room. At this point, some try to burn incense or consult a priest to ward off the spirit. But once you've heard her story, it is said that she is attached to you. She becomes part of your reality. The final night, on the third and final night, her presence becomes unbearable. No matter where you are, whether in the safety of your home or in the company of others, there will be moments when you feel a sudden chill, the air heavy with dread. At 2:33 a.m. you'll hear it. That awful, unmistakable tek-tek sound of her dragging her broken body across the ground. This time, it will be different. She won't be in a dream or on the periphery of your vision. She'll be right there, crawling from the darkest corner of the room, her wide, lifeless eyes fixed on you, her mouth twisted into a grotesque smile. She will ask, "Where are my legs?" If you don't answer, or if you answer incorrectly, she will grab you with impossible strength, and you will meet the same fate as she did. Severed, ripped apart at the waist in one final act of rage. Your body will be found the next morning, mutilated in the same manner that Reiko once was. There will be no sign of the ghost, but the lingering fear in the eyes of the townspeople will tell you all you need to know. The rare escape. There are those who claim to have survived an encounter with tek-tek. These survivors say that her question, "Where are my legs?" must be answered quickly and precisely. "They are at the Mission Expressway" is the only phrase that will save you, though even then, no one knows why this answer works. Some speculate it may be a misdirection, diverting her rage elsewhere, but no one can say for certain. It's as if the answer itself is a key to temporarily pacifying her fury, allowing you to escape, if only for a time. But even those who escape say the experience leaves them changed. Some develop an irrational fear of trains or sudden loud noises. Others report feeling as though they are being watched, even in crowded places. The curse, it seems, may never fully leave them. It waits, dormant, perhaps until the next time they speak of her. A ghost who grows stronger, there is another element to Take Cake's legend that makes it particularly disturbing. Unlike other traditional Japanese ghosts, Take Cake is said to grow stronger as her story spreads. Every time someone tells her tale, or even reads about it, she becomes more powerful, her reach extending further. In modern times, with the story being shared across the internet, through videos and articles, her influence has only grown. Some believe that the rise of urban legends like Tekkei in Japan's folklore is tied to a collective anxiety, fear of modernity, technological accidents, or even the impersonal nature of city life. The legend of a ghost who haunts train stations, a symbol of modern Japan's progress, could be a manifestation of deeper societal fears. However, to those who have experienced her presence, it doesn't matter what the story symbolizes. All that matters is survival. A haunting question: is Tika just a tale to scare people from loitering near dangerous railway tracks at night, or is it a true haunting that transcends time? Some researchers claim that this ghost is a classic example of how oral legends evolve into something darker, with every telling fueled by fear and imagination. Yet others claim it is something much worse, a spirit born from an all-too-real tragedy, whose wrath has been sharpened by centuries of retellings. The boundary between legend and reality seems to blur when it comes to TKK. And now, as you sit here listening to her story, the final question looms in the air. Will you be next? Beware the night, and don't look back if you hear the sound of scraping behind you. After all, you've now heard the tale of Tiki. Will she come for you too? The end. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up based on an ancient legend from Japan that I call the Shrine of the Black Fox. With that being said, let us begin. The rain fell heavily over a small secluded village in rural Japan, nestled deep within the forest. The village, known as Urain, was shrouded in myths and urban legends, none more terrifying than the one about the Shrine of the Black Fox. It was said that those who ventured too close would be cursed, their deepest fears manifesting in ways that defied explanation. Two friends, Haruto and Aki, had heard the story from the locals, but they weren't easily scared. They were curious, young, and foolish, typical of those who believed they could laugh in the face of superstition. One night, they decided to visit the shrine, which lay abandoned on the outskirts of the village. As they trekked through the woods, Aki spoke with a nervous laugh. You know, they say no one who's seen the black fox has ever returned. Haruto scoffed. Come on, Aki. That's just village folklore. They say the fox was a kurogitsune, a black fox spirit that feeds on people's fears. But it's just a story to scare kids. You don't believe in that stuff, do you? Aki shrugged. I don't know, Haruto. There's something off about this place. It doesn't feel right. The wind howled and the trees bent under its weight. The deeper they went into the forest, the quieter everything became. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. Eventually they came upon the shrine, half buried under the weight of centuries-old moss and forgotten offerings. It was small, no more than a stone altar surrounded by fox statues, their eyes chipped away over time. The air here felt colder, thicker. Haruto and Aki exchanged uneasy glances, but pushed forward, determined to prove they weren't afraid. Let's get this over with, Haruto muttered, moving toward the shrine. He placed an old coin he had found on the altar, a mocking tribute. See, no fox spirit's gonna. Suddenly, a shadow flickered at the edge of the clearing. Aki's breath hitched. Did you see that? He whispered. Haruto froze. What? It's just your imagination. But then it appeared again, a dark silhouette, low to the ground, moving unnaturally fast. It darted between the trees, its form half hidden by the shadows. Aki, stop it. You're seeing things. But before Haruto could finish, the figure stepped into the moonlight. It was a fox, but not like any they had ever seen. Its fur was black as midnight, eyes glowing a haunting gold. It didn't move like an animal. It moved like something that was watching, waiting. "Let's go," Aki stammered, his voice trembling. "We shouldn't be here." Haruto laughed nervously, trying to shrug it off, but even he couldn't ignore the feeling of dread creeping up his spine. The fox didn't move from its spot, its gaze locked on them. Slowly, its mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Without warning, the world around them seemed to twist. The trees bent, the ground warped, and the air filled with the stench of rotting flesh. Haruto's vision blurred as the landscape shifted in ways that defied logic. It was as though reality itself was unraveling. "Haruto, look out!" Aki screamed. But it was too late. The fox was upon them, its eyes flashing with malicious intent. Haruto tried to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen in place, his heart pounding in his chest as the fox's shadow loomed larger and larger. In an instant, everything went black. Haruto awoke to the sound of birds chirping. The morning sun filtered through the trees. He blinked, groggy and confused. He was still in the forest, lying near the shrine, but Aki was gone. "Aki, Aki," he called out, his voice echoing through the woods. There was no response. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Fumbling, he pulled it out. There was a message from Aki. "Haruto, help me. It's here. It's inside me." Panic surged through him. Haruto stood frantically looking around for any sign of his friend. He ran in the direction they had come, desperately trying to make sense of what had happened. That's when he heard it, a low guttural growl from behind him. Turning slowly, he saw Aki standing at the edge of the shrine, his eyes glowing the same eerie gold as the black fox. "Haruto, I told you we shouldn't have come," Aki said, his voice distorted and inhuman. His body twitched unnaturally as if something inside him was trying to break free. "It's too late for me now." Haruto backed away, terror gripping his heart. "Eki, what happened to you? We need to get help." "There's no help," Eki interrupted, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "You still don't get it, do you?" Suddenly, Haruto's phone buzzed again. Another message. It was from himself. "Help me. I'm trapped. The fox. It's inside me." Haruto looked up, his mind reeling with confusion and fear. Aki laughed, the sound hollow and chilling. "You didn't wake up, Haruto. None of this is real. You're still inside the shrine." The forest twisted again, the world turning dark, as the black fox reappeared, circling both of them, its glowing eyes full of hunger. In that moment, Haruto realized the truth. Haruto wasn't awake at all. The moment he stepped into the shrine of the black fox, he had become trapped in a hallucination, just like every other victim before him. He would relive this nightmarish loop endlessly, never able to escape the fox's grasp, while in the real world, his body lay lifeless in front of the shrine right beside Aki's body. The curse wasn't just about fear. It trapped you inside your worst nightmare, a never-ending loop where you could never be sure what was real. And now, both Aki and Haruto was stuck here, forever. The end. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call the Ravensbrook Curse. With that being said, let us begin. Chapter 1, Exposition. My name is Samantha, and a few weeks ago, I moved into the girls' hostel at Ravensbrook University. The campus was stunning, ancient ivy-covered buildings, wide-open courtyards. But the hostel itself held a dark, whispered history. You see, the original Ravensbrook hostel had burned to the ground decades ago, taking several girls with it. No one talked about it much, but there were rumors of ghostly figures, lingering in the halls, and strange sounds at night. They called it the Ravensbrook curse, but I didn't believe in any of that. I was a skeptic. Still, the first time I set foot inside my new room, an icy shiver ran down my spine. My two roommates, Mira and Linda, were already settled in. They seemed comfortable enough, with Mira confidently brushing off the old legends as nothing more than campus gossip. Linda, on the other hand, was quieter, her wide eyes betraying some hidden fear she wouldn't admit. Mira, ever the bold one, laughed when I asked about the fire. "Come on, Sam. You don't believe in ghost stories, do you? It's just a myth to keep freshmen like us on edge. Nothing to worry about." Linda nodded weakly, but her fingers trembled ever so slightly as she tugged at the sleeve of her sweater. I wasn't so sure. Chapter 2, Inciting Incident. The strange occurrences began slowly, so subtle that at first I thought I was imagining things. Lights flickered at odd times, the temperature in our room dropped inexplicably at night, and the old wooden door would creak open by itself. Mira laughed it all off. "Faulty wiring, bad insulation. It's an old building, Sam. What do you expect?" But I wasn't laughing. There were whispers in the dead of night, too soft to be natural, too distinct to ignore. I would lie awake in the dark, listening to the faint murmurs drifting through the walls. When I mentioned it to Linda, her face drained of color, but she said nothing, her lips pressed into a tight line. Then one night, as I was moving some furniture around, my fingers grazed something cold and hard beneath the bed. I pulled it out. It was an old leather-bound diary, dirty and stained with ashes, its edges charred, as though it had survived a fire. The name written inside was faded, but I could make it out. Emily Carter. A girl who had lived in the original hostel, the one that burned down. But how was it here? Thought they said nothing was left from the fire. Flipping through the pages, I found haunting descriptions of a figure Emily saw in her last days, a shadowy presence watching her, lurking in corners, waiting for her. The final entry was unfinished, the ink smudged, as if the writer had been interrupted suddenly. I knew, in that moment, something terrible had happened in that hostel, and it wasn't done yet. Chapter 3, Progressive Complications. The diary consumed me. I began to dig deeper into the stories surrounding the fire and Emily Carter. The more I uncovered, the more real the ghostly figure in the diary seemed. As I followed Emily's terrifying accounts, strange things started happening around us. Our room grew colder by the day, no matter how many blankets we piled on. Doors slammed shut on their own. And then there were the footsteps. They were soft, dragging footsteps that shuffled just outside our room late at night. Mira shrugged it off, her usual bravado waning as she tried to convince us that it was all just the wind, just the age of the building. But Linda was slipping, her face pale, her hands always shaking. I'd catch her staring off into space, her eyes wide with fear. One night she finally confessed. "I've seen her, Sam. The figure. I see her in the hallways, in the mirror. She's always watching." Linda wasn't lying. I had seen something too, just a flicker in the corner of my eye, but it was there, shifting in the shadows. Mira, however, had changed. She was becoming distant, cold. She spent hours locked in her room, whispering to herself, her laughter strained and unnatural. When I asked her about it, she would snap, "Stop being paranoid, Sam. There's nothing here." But I knew better. The diary had led me to a horrifying realization. The fire wasn't an accident. Emily and the other girls had been trapped, burned alive by something malevolent, and now it wanted us. Chapter 4, Crisis. The hauntings escalated. It was no longer just whispers or flickers of light. Things were happening. Objects moved on their own, the mirrors in our room cracked without reason, and the sound of guttural screams echoed through the walls late at night. One evening, a glass flew off the table, narrowly missing Linda's head. We were under attack. Linda was hysterical, finally admitting that she'd seen the ghost multiple times. "She doesn't want us here," she sobbed. "She's going to kill us like she killed them." And then there was Mira, distant, erratic, and increasingly hostile. She refused to acknowledge anything strange, dismissing our fear as paranoia. But something was wrong with her. She no longer seemed like the Mira we knew. Desperate, Linda and I continued reading through the diary, piecing together the final, fractured memories of Emily Carter. Her last entries were desperate, filled with terror. She wrote of a figure, a girl who wasn't who she appeared to be, who was trying to finish something dark. And then it hit us. The girl from the fire, the ghost that haunted Ravensbrook. It wasn't just any girl. It was Mira. The Mira we knew wasn't real. The real Mira had died in the fire. But who, or what, was living with us now? Chapter 5, Climax. Terrified but determined, we decided to confront the spirit. We needed answers, and the only way to get them was to face the haunting head-on. Linda and I set up a seance, hoping to summon the spirit of the real Mira, the one who had perished in the fire. The candles flickered violently as we began, the air around us growing heavy with dread. The whispers returned, louder now, swirling around us. As we chanted, the room grew colder and colder, and then, the temperature plummeted. The door slammed shut, and there she was. The figure materialized before us, a charred, broken version of Mira, her face twisted in agony, her eyes hollow. She didn't speak, but her presence was undeniable. The air grew thick with the scent of burning flesh. But then, the imposter Mira stepped forward, her expression eerily calm. "You finally figured it out," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "Mira died in the fire. I took her place. I needed a body, someone to finish what I started all those years ago." Linda screamed, backing away in horror. The imposter Mira's eyes darkened, her evil smile stretching too wide for her face, an inhuman shadow flickering behind her. She had been using us all along, biding her time to complete a dark ritual tied to the hostel's horrific past, a ritual that would claim our souls. But the real Mira's spirit was stronger than the imposter expected. With her last ounce of strength, the ghost lunged toward her twisted doppelganger, the two figures colliding in a violent surge of supernatural energy. Chapter 6, Resolution. It was over. The imposter had been vanquished, and the real Mira's spirit was finally free. But the hostel would never be the same. The walls once filled with the distant hum of life were now silent, oppressive. Linda and I packed our things and left that very night, unable to bear the weight of what had happened. The following day we learned the truth. The authorities had found no trace of the imposter, but they did discover a charred diary in the room where Mira had stayed. The pages were blank now, as though her story had finally been erased. As Linda and I walked away from Ravensbrook, we couldn't shake the feeling that something still lingered. The air was thick with unresolved tension, a sense that the darkness wasn't truly gone. Even now when I close my eyes, I can still feel her watching. The real Mira may be at peace, but the imposter, she never left. And Ravensbrook's haunted history, it's far from over, because some ghosts don't want to be forgotten, and some rituals never really go away. The end. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call Aura and Max's Love. This story is not a horror story this time, but more of a story to help heal and give hope for those in need during hardship. With that being said, let us begin. Once upon a time, In a small village surrounded by golden fields and rolling hills, there lived a beautiful woman named Aura and a handsome man named Max. The two had known each other for as long as they could remember. From the time they were small children, they shared a bond that everyone around them could see. They would spend their days climbing trees, racing through the meadows, and whispering secrets beneath the shade of the old oak tree that grew on the hill just beyond the village. One day, I'm gonna take you far away from here, Max would say with a grin, his brown eyes twinkling with youthful excitement. And where would we go? Aura would ask, playfully raising an eyebrow, already knowing his answer. Everywhere, he'd reply confidently, just you and me. Their friendship only deepened as they grew older. During their teenage years, their relationship blossomed into something more. The playful teasing turned into long walks by the river, where their hands would naturally find each other. They'd sit under that same oak tree, now with their hearts beating faster, their laughter filled with a warmth that was new yet familiar. I think I'm falling in love with you, Max confessed one summer evening, his voice barely louder than a whisper, as they sat under the twilight sky, watching the stars emerge one by one. Aura turned to him, her eyes shining with the reflection of those stars. You're not alone, Max, she whispered back, leaning in close. I've loved you for as long as I can remember. From that moment, their bond was unbreakable. As the years passed, their love only grew stronger, and by the time they reached adulthood, they knew they were meant to be together forever. They got married in the village church, surrounded by their family and friends, the sun shining down on them as if to bless their union. Life seemed perfect. Their house, nestled near the hill where they had spent so much of their youth, was filled with love, laughter, and dreams of the future. But life, as beautiful as it can be, can also be unpredictable. One fateful day, everything changed. Max was taken from her in a tragic accident. Aura's world crumbled in an instant. The love of her life was gone, and she was left with a broken heart that she thought could never be mended. The house that had once been full of joy now felt hollow and cold. Aura spent her days in silence, her only comfort the memories of Max. She would sit for hours by the window, watching the breeze play with the leaves outside, clutching the sweater he had left draped over his favorite chair. Sparky, Max's loyal dog, never left her side, offering his silent companionship. He seemed to understand her grief, resting his head on her lap when her tears would fall, as if to say, "You're not alone." Weeks passed, and Aura's sorrow was deep, but the memories of Max kept her going. One morning, while she was sorting through some of his old things, she noticed a letter tucked away in a drawer. Her breath caught in her throat as she recognized Max's handwriting on the envelope. With trembling hands, she opened it, her heart pounding as she read the simple note inside. "I will always love you, my Aura." Tears flowed freely as she held the letter to her chest, realizing that Max had written it before his death, knowing it would find her after he was gone. Even in his final moments, he had been thinking of her, wanting to ensure that she never doubted his love. The letter became Aura's most cherished possession. She carried it with her everywhere, its worn edges proof of how many times she had read and reread those words, finding comfort in the knowledge that their love transcended even death. Weeks turned into months, and slowly, ever so slowly, Aura began to heal. Sparky remained her faithful companion, and together they started taking walks again. On one such sunny afternoon, as they wandered through the park where she and Max had spent so many happy moments, Aura noticed a young girl sitting on a bench sketching quietly. The teen girl, named Lily, had bright eyes and a warm smile that reminded Aura of herself at that age, full of dreams and untouched by the sorrows of life. "What are you drawing?" Aura asked, her voice soft but curious. Lily looked up, her smile widening. Just the trees and the sky. It's peaceful here, isn't it? Ara nodded, sitting down next to her. It is. This park holds a lot of memories for me. The two struck up a conversation, and as they spoke, Ara felt a lightness she hadn't felt in months. Lily's youthful energy and creative spirit reignited something inside her. What began as a simple meeting soon turned into a friendship. Lily invited Aura to volunteer with her at the local animal shelter, and Aura, finding solace in the gentle company of animals and the companionship of someone new, agreed. Together, they helped lost animals find homes, and Sparky would wag his tail excitedly as they worked. It wasn't the same as the life she had shared with Max, but it was something. A new chapter. Aura found a renewed sense of purpose and slowly rebuilt her life, one small step at a time. Years passed, and though she never stopped missing Max, Aura learned to find joy in the little things again, in the laughter of children at the park, in the vibrant colors of the sunrise, in the warmth of Sparky's fur on a cold morning. But Max was never far from her thoughts. One evening, while reading a book Max had once recommended, she discovered a hidden compartment in their bookshelf. Inside, she found a worn leather journal. Her breath caught as she opened it, realizing it was Max's. Page after page was filled with his thoughts, his dreams, his plans for their future together. But it was the last entry that brought fresh tears to Aura's eyes, dated just before he had confessed his love to her years ago. It read, "My greatest wish is for Aura to find happiness, even if it's not with me. Her smile is the light of my world." For the first time in years, Aura felt a sense of peace wash over her. Max had loved her so deeply, he had wanted her to be happy, even if not with him. And in that moment, she knew she could let go of the grief that had held her captive for so long. She closed the journal, a smile breaking through her tears, and whispered, "Thank you, Max." From then on, Aura lived her life with a heart full of gratitude. She carried Max's love with her wherever she went, but she also opened her heart to the beauty of the present. She found joy in every sunrise, every wag of Sparky's tail, and every laugh shared with Lily. She knew that though Max was gone, his love was with her still, guiding her, reminding her that life, with all its ups and downs, was still worth living. The end. Today I will be telling you a short story that comes from Japan that is called Swimming in the Sea at Oban. With that being said, let us begin. It was a sweltering summer when I was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. That year, my family decided to visit the beach during Oban. For those unfamiliar, Oban is a sacred time in Japan where spirits of the deceased are said to return to the living world. Traditionally, it's a time to honor our ancestors, but it also carries whispers of danger, especially in the ocean. People say the sea during Oban is restless, filled with jellyfish, and more ominously with spirits. My family was aware of these superstitions, but we dismissed them. The plan was simple: stick to the shallow waters and avoid any risks. My father, who wasn't a strong swimmer, preferred to relax under the shade of a beach umbrella, watching from a distance. My mother, a confident swimmer, would accompany me, and we'd stay close to shore. That afternoon, the sun blazed down on us as we made our way to the water. I remember the feeling of excitement bubbling inside me as I clutched my inflatable float. My mother pulled me along while we played, splashing about in the cool water. Everything seemed perfect: the sound of the waves, the laughter of other families on the beach. It was all so serene. But then, something changed. I glanced back towards the shore and noticed it seemed distant, too distant. The beach umbrella where my father was supposed to be watching us appeared much smaller than before, as if the ocean had been quietly pulling us away. "Mom, I called out, unease creeping into my voice. Isn't the beach getting farther? My mother turned to look and froze. Her expression, once calm, shifted slightly, but she quickly masked it with a reassuring smile. Let's swim back, she said, gripping the rope attached to my float and tugging it toward the shore. But no matter how hard she swam, the beach didn't seem to get any closer. The waters, once playful, now felt hostile. I could see my mother's strokes becoming more frantic. Her face, usually so composed, was tightening in concentration. My heart began to pound. The waves seemed to whisper in a language I couldn't understand, like voices carried on the wind. Mom, I asked, my voice trembling. She didn't answer immediately. When she finally did, her voice was soft, almost as if she didn't want me to hear the truth. We're just caught in a current. Stay calm. But her eyes told a different story. They darted around, scanning the water with an urgency I'd never seen before. And then, something happened that I'll never forget. My mother, the strong swimmer who never showed fear, suddenly let out a sharp gasp. Her grip on my float tightened so hard I thought it might burst. She didn't say anything, but her face went pale, as if all the color had drained from it. I was too young to fully understand what was going on, but the air had changed. The water around us felt colder. I peered down into the sea, the murky depths swirling beneath us. Someone was down there. Then I felt it. A cold, bone-chilling sensation washed over me, not from the water, but from my mother's trembling hand. Mom, what's wrong? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Before she could respond, a voice called out from a distance, Are you two okay? It was a surfer, bobbing in the water a little farther away. Relief flooded my mother's face as he paddled over to us, but she didn't speak. Her eyes were wide, her lips tight. We're being pulled out, she finally muttered, her voice shaking. The surfer nodded grimly, his face serious. He tossed us his surfboard and said, Hold on tight. Let's get back. With powerful strokes, he began pulling us toward the shore. Even then, it felt like something was fighting against us, something unseen, dragging us back. When we finally reached the shore, my father came running toward us, a mixture of confusion and relief on his face. The young surfer gave us a knowing look as he said, You've got to be careful around here during Oban. The sea, it's different during this time, not just the currents but other things. I didn't understand at the time, but his words stuck with me. Years later, when I was old enough to reflect on that day, I asked my mother what really happened. Why had we drifted so far? Why did she seem so terrified? She hesitated, her hands fidgeting in her lap. You wouldn't have understood then, she finally said, her voice quiet. But I wasn't just fighting the current. Something was pulling me. I could feel cold hands around my legs the entire time, dragging me deeper into the sea. I stared at her, chills running down my spine. There was no one around us, and it wasn't a person, she whispered. It's said that during Oban, the spirits of those lost at sea come back, seeking company. They're lonely, and they try to take you with them. I never swam in the ocean during Oban again. Even now, when I visit the beach, I feel a presence lurking just beneath the waves, waiting, watching. The end. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call Trapped in Glass and Porcelain. With that being said, let us begin. Chapter 1. Queens of a Twisted University. Amy, Martha, and Debbie weren't just the wealthiest students at Willowton University, they were its rulers. With their parents as major donors to the school, the trio walked through the picturesque campus as if it were their personal kingdom. They wielded their influence like a blade, carving fear and obedience into the hearts of everyone they deemed beneath them. The university itself was nestled in a tranquil town, surrounded by towering pines and mist-covered hills. Its small, close-knit community exuded charm, but for those who crossed Amy, Martha, and Debbie, it became a prison. Whispers of their cruelty echoed in the halls like ghostly warnings, but no one dared challenge them. Amy, the ringleader, was as sharp as she was venomous. Her ability to uncover and exploit her target's deepest insecurities was unparalleled. Martha, the quiet conspirator, was the shadow behind every rumor, her subtle manipulations igniting social infernos. And then there was Debbie, loud and aggressive, who took sadistic glee in public humiliation. Together, they turned Willowton into a hunting ground, preying on anyone who didn't bow to their twisted authority. Chapter 2, The Campus Reign of Terror. The trio had left a trail of broken lives in their wake. There was Sarah, a timid art student whose dreams of becoming a professional illustrator were crushed under Amy's calculated cruelty. When Sarah's work began gaining recognition, Amy claimed she had plagiarized it, planting fake evidence and feeding the lie to Martha, who whispered it to faculty members. By the time the truth surfaced, it was too late. Sarah's scholarship was revoked and she vanished from campus, her spirit shattered. Jason, a star athlete with the courage to stand up to them, suffered even worse. Debbie slipped incriminating notes into his desk during an exam, and when the accusations of cheating surfaced, his protest fell on deaf ears. His reputation in ruins, Jason transferred to another university, leaving Willowton under a cloud of disgrace. They didn't just target outcasts, they targeted anyone. The bright, the kind, the different. No one was safe. And with each ruined life, they laughed, feeding on the drama like predators savoring a fresh kill. This semester, their sights fell on Saka, the newest arrival. Chapter 3, The Newest Arrival. From the moment Saka set foot on campus, she intrigued and unsettled everyone who saw her. She was strikingly beautiful, but in a way that sent shivers down your spine. Her jet black hair seemed to move like it was alive, and her mismatched eyes, one neon purple, the other neon blue, glowed faintly, even in the dimmest light. She dressed in gothic black, always walking alone, her expression calm and unreadable. "She's perfect," Amy had declared when she first saw Saka. "We're going to tear her apart. She looks like she crawled out of a Tim Burton movie." Debbie snickered as Saka walked past their table in the cafeteria. "More like some freaky anime villain," Amy added, smirking as she crumpled a napkin and tossed it at Saka. It landed just shy of her feet. Without breaking stride, Saka paused, her glowing eyes fixing on the trio with unsettling precision. Calmly, she bent down, picked up the napkin, and walked to the trash. "You shouldn't do this," she said softly, her voice unnervingly composed. "Bad things happen to bad people." The trio froze for a moment, the weight of her words hanging in the air like a dark fog. Then Amy burst out laughing. "Is that supposed to scare us?" she sneered. "She's hiding something," Martha whispered later. "Let's find out what." Debbie smirks, her eyes glinting with malicious delight. Chapter 4, The Bullying. They started small, testing Saka's limits. They made cruel comments as she walked by, muttering loudly enough for her to hear. "Nice contacts, freak," Amy sneered, pointing at Saka's glowing eyes. Debbie escalated it during a lecture, accidentally spilling coffee all over Saka's notebook. As Saka calmly cleaned it up, without a word, Amy rolled her eyes. "Too good to get mad, huh?" But the pranks turned darker. They filled her locker with rotting food. They stole her books. They posted a photo of her online with the caption, "Campus Creeper." Saka's response never changed. She didn't react, didn't flinch. She only repeated her warning, her soft voice carrying an unspoken menace. You should stop. Bad things happen to bad people. The trio laughed each time, mocking her words, but beneath their bravado, a seed of unease had taken root. Chapter 5. The Break-In. That unease wasn't enough to stop them. Fueled by alcohol and cruelty, Amy decided to escalate things further. Let's see what little Miss Freak is hiding, she said that October night, leading the others to Sokka's apartment on the edge of campus. The building was old and shrouded in shadows, its windows dark and lifeless. As they climbed through an unlocked window, a cold, heavy air enveloped them. Why does it smell like a funeral in here? Debbie whispered, rubbing her arms. Sokka's apartment was immaculate, yet unnerving. Shelves lined the walls, filled with strange trinkets, candles, dried flowers, and porcelain dolls that seemed too lifelike. Their painted eyes followed the girls as they moved through the room. This chick is a psycho, Martha muttered, running her fingers over one of the dolls. Look at that, Amy said, pointing to a massive dollhouse in the corner. It was an exact replica of the apartment, down to the smallest detail. Tiny furniture, miniature trinkets, and even porcelain dolls that mirrored those on the shelves. This is freaky, Debbie said, taking a step back. No, Amy said, her wicked grin spreading. This is art. She reached out to touch the dollhouse. Don't, Martha said, her voice uneasy. But Amy ignored her, her fingers grazing the tiny structure. The air shifted violently. Shadows surged like living things, the walls stretching and folding. A low, otherworldly hum filled the room, growing louder and louder until there was darkness. When the chaos subsided, the girls found themselves inside a grotesque version of Sokka's apartment. Everything loomed around them, oversized and distorted. Chapter 6. The Dollhouse. What is this? Martha whispered, her voice trembling. It's the dollhouse, Debbie choked out. We're inside the dollhouse. Amy caught her reflection in a shard of glass. Her skin was no longer skin. It was smooth, cold porcelain. Her joints were segmented, and her painted eyes stared back at her, frozen in a lifeless expression. No, Amy screamed, clawing at her face, but the painted smile didn't budge. We're dolls, Martha whispered, her porcelain hands trembling. We're dolls. A melodic hum echoed through the air, and Sokka appeared, towering above them like a goddess of vengeance. Her glowing eyes burned brighter than ever, casting eerie shadows across the room. I warned you, she said softly. Turn us back, Amy screamed. You can't do this. Can't I? Sokka replied, tilting her head. You've spent your lives making others feel powerless. Now, you'll see what it's like to be hollow, lifeless and trapped. Martha fell to her knees, sobbing. Please, we want to go home. Who are you? Sokka crouched, her glowing eyes level with theirs. You want to know who I am? Let me tell you a story. Chapter 6. The Horror Story. Sokka's voice was soft but commanding as she spoke. Once there were 3 girls. They were clever, beautiful, and cruel. They thought their power made them untouchable. One day they met someone different, quiet, strange, kind. They mistook her kindness for weakness and tormented her relentlessly. But this girl wasn't weak. She had power too. She gave them chances to stop, to change. But they didn't listen. So, she taught them a lesson they would never forget. She turned them into what they had always been on the inside, hollow, lifeless, and incapable of change. Sokka leaned closer, her mismatched eyes gleaming. Does that story sound familiar? The dolls sat in stunned silence. Chapter 8. Eternal Display. Watching the new dolls, Sokka smirked, her black hair cascading like a waterfall. I tried to warn you, but you didn't listen. Now, you'll be part of my collection. Forever. Sokka crouched, her glowing eyes piercing their porcelain forms. You were right, by the way, Martha. My name isn't Sokka. I am Osakachan.doll, she said, her voice calm but unyielding. And you, all of you, are home now and forever. One by one, Osakachan.doll placed them on her dollhouse furniture, arranging them carefully among her collection. Don't worry, she whispered as she adjusted Amy's rigid arms. You'll never grow old, never break, unless I decide it's time for a change. She stepped back, her glowing eyes dimming as the room returned to its eerie silence. Bad things happen to bad people, she said, her voice lingering like a curse, and with that, she turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Amy, Martha, and Debbie staring out helplessly from their porcelain prison. The dollhouse door clicked shut, sealing them in forever. Their painted eyes reflected the flickering candlelight, a warning to all who dared cross the wrong person. The end.
Once we were queens, ruling with fire, living on cruelty, stoking desire. But now we're trapped in fragile frames, no voices to scream, no faces to blame. Down so slow, shadows deep, eternal watchers, no reprieve. Our sins reflected, cold and clear, in porcelain smiles that hold our tears. Forever bound in Osaka's halls, lost in her cursed eternal walls. Painted faces, hollow cries, trapped in the house where no one dies. Evil deeds we can't erase, frozen dolls in endless space. We mocked her warnings, played our games, but now her vengeance calls our names. The dollhouse grows with every sin, a shrine to cruelty we live within. Time stands still, yet shadows move, each moment's a mirror of what we lose. Our hands can't reach, our feet can't run, trapped forever, what have we done? Forever bound in Osaka's halls, lost in her cursed eternal walls. Painted faces, hollow cries, trapped in the house where no one dies. Evil deeds we can't erase, frozen dolls in endless space. We mocked her warnings, played our games, but now her vengeance calls our names. The dollhouse grows with every sin, a shrine to cruelty we lived within. Time stands still, yet shadows move, each moment's a mirror of what we lose. Our hands can't reach, our feet can't run, trapped forever, what have we done? Forever bound in Osaka's halls, lost in her cursed eternal walls. Painted faces, hollow cries, trapped in the house where no one dies. Evil deeds we can't erase, frozen dolls in endless space. Eyes reflecting regret, memories haunt, we can't forget. Every lie, every broken soul carves the cracks in our porcelain hole. Bad things happen to bad people, she said. Now we're the broken, the cursed, the dead. Yet still we sit on her display, a warning to others who lose their way. Forever bound in Osaka's halls, lost in her cursed eternal walls. Painted faces, hollow cries, trapped in the house where no one dies. Evil deeds we can't erase, frozen dolls in endless space. The light flickers, shadows dance, a porcelain prison, a haunting trance. Eternal watchers of what we've done, a tale of vengeance that's just begun. Forever dolls, forever pain, forever trapped by what remains. Osakachan.doll. girl, she holds the key, and we're her captives eternally.
Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call The Curio Keeper's Curse. With that being said, let us begin. The antique shop was nestled in the forgotten corner of a crumbling Victorian district, its sign swaying in the wind, Curio Keeper's Antiquities from a Bygone Era. Inside, the air was thick with the musty scent of aged wood, leather, and something faintly metallic. The shelves groaned under the weight of ancient artifacts, tarnished silverware, a stunningly beautiful porcelain doll that has a crack on its face, and relics no one cared to remember. Tom Harper, the part-time employee, hated it there. The dim lighting cast unsettling shadows. The floorboards creaked like mournful whispers, and worst of all, the shop's elderly owner, Mr. Krieger, seemed to have a sixth sense about the place. Krieger would shuffle between the shelves, muttering warnings about disturbing the items. Every piece has a history, he'd say, his milky eyes locking on Tom, and not all histories want to be forgotten. Rolling his eyes, Tom didn't care about history, he cared about money. The shop's clutter was valuable, and he knew collectors would pay top dollar for some of the rarer items. Tonight, with Krieger homesick, Tom decided to act. The plan was simple. He'd stay after closing, pocket a few small but valuable trinkets, and sell them online. No one would notice. As the old grandfather clock struck midnight, Tom began his heist. The first item he grabbed was a small golden locket with intricate engravings. He stuffed it in his pocket, feeling a strange chill run up his arm. Next, he reached for the stunning, beautiful porcelain doll with cracked cheeks and lifelike eyes. As he touched it, the room seemed to groan in protest. The shadows deepened. He then rushed over the glass jewelry case and grabbed many of the jewelry sets and rings that he knew were worth thousands of dollars. Unseen by Tom, ghostly whispers start to fill the air as spirits start to move about the shop. Ignoring the creeping unease, Tom opened the glass case that housed the most prized possession in the shop, a bronze hand mirror with a blackened surface. It was truly beautiful, a pure work of art. Legend had it that the mirror showed not your reflection, but your true self. Perfect. You are going to make me rich, he muttered, snatching it up. But the moment his fingers touched the cold bronze, the shop went deathly silent. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out. The only illumination came from a faint, sickly glow emanating from the mirror. Tom's reflection was in it, but it was wrong. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow, and his grin stretched unnaturally wide. He dropped the mirror, but it didn't shatter. Instead, the image in the mirror crawled out. The ghostly whisper louder now, with Tom finally hearing it. It wasn't just his reflection, it was him, or a version of him. The creature was twisted with elongated limbs and a face that twitched unnaturally. Its voice rasped, echoing in the darkness. You've taken what's ours. Now we take what's yours. Tom stumbled back, tripping over a pile of books. The shop was alive now, the shelves creaking and bending, the artifacts shifting like restless spirits. The doll turned its head to watch him. The locket in his pocket burned against his skin. The creature advanced, and Tom tried to scream, but his voice was gone. He felt himself being pulled, his body stretching and warping. His vision blurred as the shop distorted, its walls closing in. When Tom woke up, he wasn't in the shop anymore. He was standing behind the counter, his hands gnarled and ancient, his body aching with the weight of years. He looked down to see his reflection in a glass display case. It wasn't him anymore. It was Mr. Krieger. The doorbell jingled and a young man walked in, a new hire judging by the badge on his chest. Tom tried to warn him, but his voice was hoarse, cracked, and unfamiliar. Behind him, the shadows of the shop twisted into a grin. Tom's breath hitched as he tried to speak, but his voice was lost beneath layers of age and weariness. His reflection in the glass case was unmistakably Mr. Krieger, every wrinkle, every ghostly pallor etched onto a face that wasn't his. The young man standing before him was a spitting image of himself, fresh-faced and impatient, just as he'd been weeks ago when he started at the shop. "Hey, Mr. Krieger," the young man said, looking at him warily. "You okay? You look kinda off." Tom's mind raced. No, I'm not Krieger." He wanted to shout, but the words choked in his throat. Instead, he wheezed out a trembling, "Get out, now." The young man tilted his head, a confused smile curling on his lips. Why are you looking at me funny? Mr. Krieger, are you drunk or something? It's just me, Jake. You hired me last week, remember? I mean, I know old people can forget sometimes." Tom froze. Jake? He didn't hire anyone, did he? He barely remembered his last days before tonight's horror. Somehow, Tom was now in Mr. Krieger's body. The shadows around the shop seemed to twitch and writhe, pressing closer as the air grew heavy. "Listen, I'm just gonna grab some stuff and head out," Jake said, walking past Tom toward the shelves. "The vibes in this place are seriously weird." "No," Tom croaked, slamming his hand on the counter. The sound reverberated unnaturally, louder than it should have been. The shop responded in kind, the walls groaned, and every item on the shelves seemed to shift a few inches closer to the edge, as if watching. Jake froze. What the hell was that? "You have to leave," Tom managed, his voice breaking. "They'll take you. Like, they took me." Jake squinted, confusion giving way to nervous laughter. "Mr. Krieger, this has to be a prank. Is there a camera somewhere? What, you trying to go viral on TikTok with this creepy antique shop shtick?" But Tom saw it. The shadows behind Jake began to pool together, forming into shapes. The porcelain doll turned its head with a deliberate creak, its lifeless eyes locking on Jake. The locket on the shelf above began to swing on its chain, faster and faster, clinking against the wood. And then Jake finally saw it too. What's going on?" he shouted, backing into a display case. The bronze mirror Tom had stolen earlier now hung eerily on the wall. Its surface rippled like dark water, and faint whispers escaped its frame. "Leave," Tom rasped. His voice cracked like brittle wood, but it carried urgency, desperation. "Don't touch anything." Jake spun around, panic setting in. What is this place? Why is everything moving? Is this a joke? The whispers from the mirror grew louder, beckoning. A voice, syrupy and cold, slithered out. "Jake, don't you want to see? Look closer." Jake turned to the mirror, drawn despite himself. His own reflection stared back at him, but it was wrong. His eyes glinted with malice, his smile stretched far too wide, revealing jagged teeth that weren't there before. "Holy crap," Jake whispered, stumbling backward. What's happening to my face?" The mirror Jake grinned wider, stepping out of the glass frame. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, its body twisting and snapping like a broken marionette. "I'm the real you," it hissed, "and I'm free." Tom tried to move, but his ancient body was sluggish. "Don't let it touch you," he yelled, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of groans and whispers filling the room. The doppelganger lunged at Jake, its claw-like hands reaching for his face. Jake screamed and ducked, knocking over a shelf. Artifacts crashed to the floor, releasing waves of shadowy tendrils that coiled around his ankles. "Help me!" Jake screamed, thrashing against the encroaching darkness. Tom stumbled toward him, his body moving like a puppet on rusted strings. "You have to leave it all behind," he gasped. "Drop everything. Don't take anything with you," Jake cried. "I don't understand. Help me," struggling against the tendrils pulling him toward the mirror. "What do you mean? Leave the shop empty-handed," Tom shouted, his voice cracking like a whip. "Or it'll take you too." The doppelganger's face twisted in fury, its grin splitting its cheeks. "No takes what is ours and leaves. You don't own it. You did not buy it. You've taken what's ours. Now we take what's yours," it shrieked, lunging for Jake again. In a moment of clarity, Jake ripped the rare golden locket off his neck and a beautiful gold diamond ring from his finger that he had tried to sneak out of the shop. The one Tom hadn't even noticed him wearing. He threw the items to the floor, and the tendrils loosened their grip. "Screw this. I quit." Jake scrambled to his feet, rushing out of the shop without looking back. Tom collapsed, his ancient knees giving way. The shop settled back into its eerie stillness, the shadows retreating, the artifacts returning to their places as if nothing had happened. The mirror shimmered, its surface darkening again, and the doppelganger melted into the glass with a guttural hiss. Tom sat there, broken and wheezing. He was alone again. He slowly stood up, still in shock of it all. But then the doorbell jingled. A new customer stepped in, their curious eyes scanning the shelves. A voice behind them chimed cheerfully, "Welcome to Curio Keepers. Every piece has a history, and every history has a keeper." Tom tried to scream, but it was no longer his voice. It was Mr. Krieger, the Curio Keepers Antiquities shop's owner. The end.
Forgotten corner where shadows creep. A Victorian shop holds secrets deep. Curio keepers designed to sway. Antiquities waiting to steal you away. The air is thick with stories untold. Whispers of relics dark and cold. Every piece a tale, a ghostly hymn. And every tale demands its win. Don't take what is in your soul. A mirror's truth, a shadow's grin. Once you're inside, you won't leave again. Tom Harper schemed under midnight's chime to steal from the past, ignore its rhyme. A locket cold, a doll's cracked face, a bronze mirror from its sacred place. Life whispers from shop, cutting like a knife. Artifacts stir, their wrath unfurled. This is no show, it's another world. Don't take what is in your soul. The past will claim its seeds of stone. A mirror's truth, a shadow's grin. Once you're inside, you won't leave again. Walked in, a new face fresh, a soul untouched by the antique smash. But the shadows grin, the mirror calls. Every keeper must take their toll. Even behind the rest to kick you all. Don't cry out, his weary soul. The locket burns, the ring fell free. Take escape from constant greed. Don't take what is in your soul. You won't leave again.
goes quiet, the shadows arouse. Keeper stands its ancient guess. Doorbell chimes, the curse begins. Look up the curiosity rise. Let the tale spin. Tale spin. The past is patient, its trap well set. His story stolen, the keeper's dead. Beware, the shop don't tempt its art. For once you enter, it takes your heart.
Hello and welcome to my dollhouse. I'm Osaka-chan.doll, and I'm absolutely delighted to have you join me here today. Your presence means the world to me, and I'm genuinely thrilled to share this journey with you. Before we dive into today's video, I'd like to take a moment to ask for your support. If you enjoy the content I create, please consider giving this video a thumbs up and subscribing to the channel. Your engagement is invaluable. It helps me continue producing high-quality content and sharing my passion with all of you. Also, don't forget to click the notification bell. By doing so, you'll never miss an update and will always be the first to know when fresh content is uploaded. And for those who love stylish, fun, and unique merchandise, I've got you covered. Be sure to check out Osaka Doll Merch, your go-to spot for exclusive gear and playful accessories. You'll find the link conveniently located in the description below. Thank you so much for your time, your support, and for being part of this wonderful community. Without further ado, let's get started. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call the Race Gulch. With that being said, let us begin. In 1865, the town of Perdition Creek stood at the edge of the Colorado Desert, a quiet frontier settlement eking out an existence in the harsh wilderness. Beyond the town lay a place known only in hushed whispers, the Race Gulch, a desolate canyon where shadows seemed to linger too long, and the wind carried the faint cries of things unseen. Locals warned travelers to steer clear of the gulch, but the gold rush brought desperation. Greedy miners braved the cursed ground, chasing legends of a hidden vein of gold. None ever returned. The stories varied. Some spoke of bandits who had turned to devil worship, others of a creature born of vengeance and blood. The only certainty was that Race Gulch swallowed all who entered. Chapter 1: The Stranger. The saloon fell silent as the door creaked open. A lone figure stepped inside, his boots heavy with the dust of the trail. His wide-brimmed hat shaded his eyes, but his sharp gaze scanned the room like a predator. "Name's Ezekiel Kane," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "I'm huntin' a man, Malachi Black. He's wanted in 3 territories for robbery and murder." The bartender, a wiry man with sunken eyes, hesitated. "If he's gone into the gulch, mister, you best let him stay there. Ain't no man come out of that place alive." Kane slammed a coin on the counter. "I ain't just any man," an older woman in the corner muttered. "The gulch ain't for men, it's for things." Kane's lips curled into a smirk. "Things bleed just like men." The mayor, a stout man with a silver watch chain, approached. "We've heard the same rumors, Kane, but if you can bring Black back, or what's left of him, we'll pay you handsomely. Just don't expect any help." Kane tipped his hat. "I don't need help. Just point me in the right direction." Chapter 2: Into the Gulch. As the sun rose, Kane rode toward the canyon, its jagged walls glowing like old bones in the dawn light. The path was strewn with debris, shattered wagons, broken tools, and an ominous trail of dried blood leading deeper into the shadows. He dismounted at the canyon's edge. His horse snorted nervously, pawing at the ground. Kane patted its neck. "Stay here, boy, I'll be back." He paused, glancing back at the town, now a distant blur. The air felt heavier, thicker, as if the canyon itself breathed. A low whisper brushed his ear. "Turn back." Kane froze, his hand instinctively going to his revolver. But there was no one there, just the wind. He muttered under his breath, "Get a grip, Ezekiel." The whispers grew louder as he ventured deeper. They weren't just random sounds, they formed words. "Ezekiel Kane, you shouldn't have come." Chapter 3, The Camp of the Dead. Kane's first discovery was chilling. A mule hung from a gnarled tree, its entrails dripping onto the rocks below. A bloody symbol, a crude pentagram, was smeared on the bark. "Damn fools," Kane muttered, shaking his head. "Messin' with things they don't understand." Further on, he found the remnants of a camp. The fire still smoldered, its smoke curling into the air like ghostly fingers. Gold nuggets lay scattered around, but the men who had mined them were sprawled across the ground. Their bodies were twisted, their faces locked in expressions of unimaginable terror. "Hell," Kane whispered, crouching by one of the bodies. "What did this?" As he inspected the corpses, a low growl rumbled behind him. He spun around, his revolver drawn. A shadow moved just beyond the firelight. A pair of glowing red eyes stared back at him. "Show yourself," Kane barked. The creature stepped forward, a grotesque amalgamation of man and beast. Its limbs too long, its skin stretched taut over jagged bones. Its mouth opened unnaturally wide, revealing rows of serrated teeth. Kane fired. The bullet struck the creature's chest, but it barely flinched. Instead it grinned, its voice a guttural rasp. "You cannot kill what is already dead." "Ezekiel Kane, how do you know my name?" Kane demanded, backing away. The creature laughed, a sound that echoed through the canyon like breaking glass. "We know all who trespass here, and we know your sins." Kane reloaded, his hands steady despite the fear gnawing at his gut. "If you know me, then you know I don't scare easy." The creature lunged. Kane fired again, but the shadows around him came alive, dragging him to the ground. Chapter 4, The Cave and the Bargain. Kane awoke in darkness, the sound of dripping water echoing around him. His head throbbed, and his arms were bound by thick rope-like tendrils of shadow. "You are persistent," a voice said, smooth and cold. Kane looked up. A figure sat in the center of the cave, cloaked in black. Its face was hidden, but its skeletal hands held an ancient leather-bound book. "Who the hell are you?" Kane growled. The figure chuckled. "Some call me the Keeper, others call me worse. But you, Ezekiel Kane, may call me your only chance." Kane struggled against his bonds. "What do you want?" The Keeper leaned forward, its hollow voice reverberating. "Your soul, Ezekiel. For power, for vengeance. The Gulch feeds on suffering, and it thrives on deals." Kane spat. "I don't make deals with devils." "Then you will die here, alone, and Malachi Black will remain free to spread his misery." Kane hesitated. His mind raced. What kind of deal? The Keeper opened the book, its pages glowing with unearthly light. "Speak the words, and you will have the power to destroy the curse of the Gulch. But know this once spoken, your life will never be your own." Kane glared at the figure, his voice steady. "If it means putting that creature down, I'll do it." Chapter 5, The Showdown. Back at the campsite, the creature waited, its grotesque form illuminated by the moonlight. Kane held the book tightly, the words burning in his mind. "Come closer," the creature hissed, its voice dripping with malice. "Let me taste your fear." Kane smirked. "I brought something better than fear." He began to chant. The shadows writhed, the ground trembling as the words escaped his lips. The creature shrieked, its body convulsing as flames erupted around it. "You cannot escape the Gulch," it howled. "You cannot escape us." As the creature burned, Kane felt a searing pain in his chest. He dropped the book, clutching at his skin as glowing symbols carved themselves into his flesh. The whispers turned to screams, and his vision blurred. Chapter 6, Perdition Reclaimed. When dawn broke, the townsfolk ventured cautiously into the canyon. They found no sign of Ezekiel Kane or the creature, only ashes, scattered gold, and the faint scent of sulfur. Whispers rippled through Perdition Creek, rumors of Cain's heroic demise in the face of something unholy. The mayor declared the gulch closed off, warning that the curse had been destroyed but its scars remained. Yet, the townsfolk noticed something strange. The wind had changed direction, carrying with it whispers that never quite faded. Chapter 7, The Deal's True Price. Far beyond the canyon, Ezekiel Cain sat atop his horse, staring into the endless desert. His eyes, once sharp and resolute, now glowed a faint, malevolent red. His chest burned with the symbols etched into his skin, and his mind buzzed with countless voices, mocking, screaming, and pleading. He had escaped Wraith's Gulch, but not alone. "You did well, Ezekiel Cain," said a voice from behind him. He turned to see the keeper, its black cloak billowing despite the still air. The book rested in its skeletal hands, open to a blank page. "I killed your monster, now how do I find Malachi Black?" Cain growled, his voice deeper than before. "I kept my end of the bargain." The keeper tilted its head, a smile audible in its voice. "Indeed you did, but every deal has its fine print. You see, Wraith's Gulch was never the curse. The gulch was merely a doorway, and you, Ezekiel Cain, are the key. As for Malachi Black, he and the monster were one and the same, but he did not keep his end of the deal." Cain's hands trembled as he gripped the reins. "What are you saying?" The keeper stepped closer, its hollow voice reverberating in Cain's skull. "The darkness you faced was but a fragment of what lies beyond. You've unleashed something far worse, Cain, and now you will be its harbinger." "No," Cain hissed. "I'll fight it, I'll destroy you." The keeper laughed, a sound that made the ground quake. "Foolish mortal, look around you." Cain glanced down and recoiled in horror. The shadows cast by his horse and body were moving, stretching and twisting like tendrils of ink. They slithered outward, spreading across the desert like spilled oil, devouring the light. "Wherever you go," the keeper continued, "the darkness will follow. It will consume the towns, the rivers, the mountains, until all the world is swallowed by the void. And you, Ezekiel Cain, will be its herald." Cain screamed, drawing his revolver and firing into the keeper's chest, but the bullets passed through harmlessly, striking the sand. The keeper's laughter echoed as it began to fade, its voice lingering on the wind. "Ride, Cain, spread the word of Wraith's Gulch, spread the darkness." Chapter 8, The Dark Revelation. Weeks later, Perdition Creek fell silent. The wind that carried whispers from the gulch now brought something worse, a black mist that crept into homes, snuffing out fires and chilling the air. Travelers reported seeing a shadowy rider in the distance, his horse leaving no tracks in the sand. One by one, neighboring towns began to disappear, their residents found lifeless, their faces frozen in terror. Gold nuggets appeared in abandoned homes, bait for the next wave of greed-stricken fools. And Ezekiel Cain, he rode tirelessly, unable to stop, his every step tailed by the creeping void. He became a legend, a warning whispered in fearful tones, but deep inside, he felt the darkness growing stronger, gnawing at his soul. Every night, as the whispers grew louder, he heard the keeper's parting words. "You cannot outrun the void, Cain, you are the void." And as the last shred of Ezekiel Cain's humanity faded, the world began to unravel, one shadow at a time. The end.
In 1865, at the edge of the sand, Perdition Creek stood, where the brave made their stand, where the winds run cold. They whispered of a canyon and its cursed gold, where shadows move and no man comes back. The Wraith's Gulch waits on a deadly track. Oh, ride on Ezekiel Cain into the gulch where shadows reign. Ride on, Ezekiel Cain, through the canyon where the whispers call and the air smells of death. Right on through the door, where the brave won't go, for the gulch knows your name and it won't let you go. Cain rode through the rocks, past the bones and dust, his pistol ready, his heart full of rust. The whispers warned you'll meet your fate, but the hunter rode on through the gulch's gate. In the dark of the cave, the keeper appeared with a deal for Cain and a price to be feared. Take this power, but know the cost. Your soul is mine and all you've lost. Ride on, Ezekiel Cain, through the canyon's breath, where the whispers call and the air smells of death. Ride on through the dark, where the brave won't go, for the gold shows your soul and it won't let you go. Now Cain rides the shadows cursed to roam, a herald of doom with no way home. The race gulch follows, its whispers grow. Ezekiel Cain, forever alone.
Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call Welcome to Sunny Smiles Amusement Park. With that being said, let us begin.
The carousel turns but no one's inside. Laughter still lingers though time says goodbye. Footsteps that echo a whisper, a sigh. Shadows keep dancing where memories lie. When darkness falls they rise from the mist, trapped in a dream where they cease to exist. Around and around they spin through the night, flicker like ghosts then fade out of sight. Torn paper tickets still float in the breeze. A melody plays but no hands touch the keys. Frozen
The Curse of Sunny Smiles Amusement Park. Rumors of the Forgotten Park. The town of Sunny Smile had long tried to erase its darkest stain, the abandoned amusement park that sat rotting at its outskirts. Once it had been a beacon of joy, a place where laughter rang out like bells, and families made memories under the golden glow of carnival lights. Now, it was a corpse of its former self. No one dared speak of the tragic accident that led to its closure. No one acknowledged the stories of those who wandered in and never wandered out. The town's children whispered of eerie voices carried on the wind, of lights flickering on by themselves, and of a Ferris wheel that still turned in the dead of night. But those were just stories, weren't they? The entrance, the towering welcome arch, still stood, though its once vibrant colors had faded into a sickly yellow hue. The sign overhead, once a cheery beacon, now bore peeling letters that barely read, Sunny Smiles Amusement Park, where happiness never ends. The irony was suffocating. The turnstiles at the entrance, once clicking merrily with each visitor, were now rusted stiff, as if something inside refused to let anyone leave. At the ticket booth, the glass was shattered, the inside coated in dust and brittle admission stubs. A clown poster, its once friendly face grotesquely stretched into a wide, unsettling grin, was peeling from the wall. Its eyes followed anyone who approached. The midway, the carnival games, stood frozen in time, remnants of a past that refused to fade. Along the empty midway, rotted booths sagged beneath years of neglect, their prizes still clinging to tattered strings. Moldy teddy bears hung limply, their fur eaten away by time. Deflated balloons, once vibrant, now dangled like shriveled husks. Among them, grinning dolls stared blankly ahead, their button eyes dark and lifeless, as if they had seen too much and forgotten how to forget. Nearby, an old cotton candy machine sat motionless. Once a whirlwind of bright pink sugar, its insides were now thick with dust, coated in something darker, something that carried a scent both familiar and wrong. The air was heavy with the sickly sweetness of burnt sugar and decay, mingling into a stench that twisted in the nostrils like a memory gone rotten. A few steps away, a snow cone machine lay on its side, its glass shattered, its bright colors dulled beneath layers of grime. A deep red stain smeared across the pavement beside it, long dried yet disturbingly vivid, like old blood spilled and forgotten. Then a whisper, soft, faint, and almost imagined, and beneath it, barely audible, laughter, thin, hollow, amused. But the park was empty, wasn't it? The carousel stood at the park's center, its painted horses, frozen mid-gallop, their once vibrant expressions, now hollow and lifeless. Once lively and glassy, their eyes had cracked open like gaping wounds, their cheerful grins faded into twisted, peeling remnants of what they used to be. Some of the horses were broken, their limbs snapped off, their heads dangling from rusted poles, as if in a final, desperate attempt to escape. The surrounding air was unnervingly still, too still, yet the carousel moved. A slow, deliberate creak echoed through the emptiness. It wasn't the wind. There was no wind. The Ferris wheel, at the very heart of the park, loomed the Ferris wheel, its skeletal frame, towering against the endless void of the night sky. Though abandoned for years, it still stood, an eerie sentinel over the decayed amusement park. Some of its cars hung precariously by rusted chains, swaying ever so slightly, despite the air remaining completely still. Others had long since fallen, their shattered remains swallowed by the tangled overgrowth below, lost to time and neglect. And yet, the wheel turned. It moved with an unsettling purpose, slow and deliberate, as if searching for something, for someone. If you listened closely, if you dared to stand in the silence for just a moment, you could hear them, the ones who never made it out, their whispers, their pleas, forever trapped in the metal cage of the wheel, waiting, watching, searching for the next visitor to take their place. The haunted house, Bloodheart Manor, tucked away in the darkest corner of the park. Bloodheart Manor loomed like a vulture, silent and watchful. Unlike the other crumbling attractions, it remained eerily intact, no rotting wood, no shattered windows, no signs of decay, because it was still alive. The house was hungry. Its once bright neon sign continued to flicker, the letters glowing in erratic pulsing light. Step inside, if you dare. The doors never splintered, they never collapsed under time's weight, they only ever opened, for the next visitor, for the next victim. The playground, one of the most disturbing areas of the park, was the old children's play zone. The swings still hung from their chains, rocking gently, as if moved by unseen hands. The slides were cracked and warped, but their bright colors, yellows, reds, blues remained unnaturally vivid, untouched by time. A single merry-go-round sat in the center of the playground. It had rusted stiff long ago, yet sometimes, when no one was looking, it would spin ever so slightly. At the edge of the playground, an old speaker system stood, its wires tangled and exposed. If you listened closely, some said you could still hear faint, distorted laughter crackling through the static, like a recording that refused to die. The curse of Sunny Smiles. Locals refused to go near Sunny Smiles amusement park. It was said that the park had never truly closed. It had simply stopped letting people leave. Those who wandered in were rarely seen again, and those who made it out, well, they never smiled again. Chapter 1, Bloodheart Manor. The rusty entrance gate groaned as Hannah pushed it open. Above her, a weathered sign barely clung to its rusted frame. Its once vibrant lettering, now faded and peeling, "Welcome to Sunny Smiles Amusement Park." The park had been abandoned for over a decade, yet tonight, it was not empty. Hannah's flashlight flickered, casting jagged shadows over the skeletal remains of carnival rides. The air was thick, suffocating, unnervingly still, too quiet. Then she heard it, footsteps, soft, deliberate, following her. She spun around, heart pounding, her flashlight beam slicing through the dense darkness. Nothing, no rustling leaves, no shifting shadows, just the eerie silence pressing in around her. No one was there, or so she thought. Then through the veil of night, she saw it, looming in the distance, its presence swallowing the surrounding gloom, stood the haunted house. The name was carved deep into the decaying wood, above its towering doors. Bloodheart Manor, a warning, a tombstone. And yet, before Hannah could stop herself, before she could think, could run, her feet carried her forward. She stepped inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, the heavy doors groaned, then slammed shut behind her. And in the silence that followed, the park whispered, "Welcome home." Chapter 2, A House That Breathes. Hannah's breath hitched in her throat. The air inside Bloodheart Manor was thick, damp, wrong. It clung to her skin, like something alive, something waiting. Her flashlight flickered violently, before steadying, casting eerie shadows along the dust-covered walls. The grand foyer stretched before her, lined with portraits of unfamiliar faces, hollow-eyed, sunken, their painted smiles unnervingly wide. A long winding staircase disappeared into the darkness. To her left, a parlor. To her right, a dining hall. The silence was unbearable. Then a whisper, low, too close. "You're not supposed to be here." Hannah spun around, her flashlight shaking in her hands. Nothing. The portraits seemed to watch her, their lifeless eyes following her every move. Her pulse pounded against her ribs. "It's just a haunted house. It's just for show." Then came the footsteps, slow, heavy, coming from upstairs. Someone else was here. She wasn't alone. Chapter 3, The Red Room. Hannah didn't think. She ran. Her sneakers skidded against the dusty floor as she bolted down a hallway, shoving past a set of heavy, swinging doors. She stumbled into a room, bathed in crimson light. An old four-poster bed sat in the center, its canopy ripped to shreds. Dolls lined the dresser, and bookshelves, dozens of them. Their heads were tilted at unnatural angles, their tiny hands outstretched, waiting. Hannah's stomach twisted, then a breath, slow, deliberate. The door she had slammed shut creaked open. Ice prickled along her skin. She turned, and there, standing in the doorway, was him, tall, gaunt, his body unnaturally stretched, his limbs hanging like a marionette. His face was swallowed by shadow, but she could feel his eyes, watching, waiting. Hannah's breath caught in her throat. Then he moved. She screamed and lunged past him, her shoulder slamming into his chest. As she shoved into the hallway, she ran, and the house moved with her. Doors slammed shut, the walls groaned, the floorboards throbbed beneath her feet like a living thing. Bloodheart Manor wasn't just haunted, it was alive, and it wanted her to stay. Chapter 4, The Endless Abyss. The front door loomed ahead, slightly ajar. An escape. Hannah didn't hesitate. She sprinted toward it, her lungs burning, her legs screaming. The second she crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind her. She collapsed onto the pavement, sucking in gulps of cold night air. She was free. She had escaped. Then a laugh. Low, amused. Hannah's blood turned to ice. She turned her head slowly. The amusement park was gone. No carnival rides. No midway. No abandoned ruins. Instead, she stood in the middle of a desolate neighborhood. The houses were burned to the ground. The trees were blackened husks, twisted and dead. The sky above stretched endless and empty. And in front of her, Bloodheart Manor, still standing, still waiting. The front door creaked open. The whisper came again, curling around her, like a breath on the back of her neck. "You're not supposed to be here." Slam. The door shut, and Hannah understood. She had never escaped. She never would, because the haunted house wasn't inside Sunny Smiles Amusement Park. Sunny Smiles Amusement Park was inside the haunted house, and now, so was she. Forever. Chapter 5, The Laughing Park. The town of Sunny Smile refused to acknowledge what had happened. They never spoke of the disappearances. They never mentioned the laughter that sometimes echoed through the night, carried on a windless breeze. But sometimes, when someone stood too close to the park's rusted gates, they swore they could hear it. A whisper, a giggle, a voice calling from the darkness. "Come inside. We're still smiling. We're always smiling." Chapter 6, The Doll Maker's Game. The room was quiet, too quiet. Moonlight streamed through the lace curtain window, casting ghostly patterns across the delicate pink wallpaper. A small chandelier, its crystals shimmering softly, hung from the ceiling, swaying ever so slightly, though there was no wind. At the center of the room sat a massive dollhouse. It was a perfect replica of Bloodheart Manor. Every tiny detail had been meticulously crafted. The peeling wallpaper, the rusted carousel in the distance, the cobweb-covered furniture inside the house. It was all there, and standing before the dollhouse, watching intently, was Osaka-chan.doll. She was still as a porcelain figure, her long, delicate fingers resting lightly on the dollhouse roof. Her pale face was expressionless. Then she moved, her head tilted at an unnatural angle. Her glassy two-tone eyes flickered brightly as she peered through the miniature windows of Bloodheart Manor. Something inside had changed. A new guest, a tiny figure, stood frozen in the foyer, a doll no bigger than her thumb. It was Hannah. Osaka-chan.doll's lips parted in quiet wonder. Her voice was soft, sing-song, yet laced with something kind within it. "A visitor, I see." She reached out, her pale fingers brushing the delicate wooden frame of the dollhouse. Inside, the tiny Hannah doll was perfectly still, her painted eyes wide in terror. Osaka-chan.doll tapped her fingers thoughtfully against the miniature rooftop. "You don't belong in here," she said softly. Her delicate hand reached inside, her slender fingers closing around the Hannah doll. The doll's tiny limbs were stiff, frozen in silent horror. With slow, deliberate care, Osaka-chan.doll lifted her from the miniature Bloodheart Manor. The dollhouse groaned ever so slightly, as if protesting the removal of its new tenant. Osaka-chan.doll ignored it, cradling the doll in her hands. She stepped away from the dollhouse, her bare feet soundless against the wooden floor. She turned toward the door. "Let's return you home," she whispered, her voice soft, gentle, final. She stepped out into the dark hallway, her silhouette melting into the shadows. Behind her, the dollhouse shuddered. The tiny Bloodheart Manor sat still and waiting, its miniature doors slightly ajar. The lights inside flickered once, and then, as Osaka-chan.doll gently shut the door behind her, the whispers began again, waiting, watching, for the next guest, the end.
Behind the gates where laughter died, the carnival sleeps but something hides. The Ferris wheel still turns at night, calling names lost in the light. Step inside, don't be afraid. The manor waits, the game is played. Turn the key, lock the door. You won't leave here anymore. Dolls in rows with hollow eyes, frozen smiles trapped inside. Footsteps whisper down the hall. We are watching, we see all. Step inside, don't be afraid. The manor waits, the game is played. Turn the key, lock the door. You won't leave here anymore. A visitor, we see. You don't belong in here. Fingers cold, porcelain smiles. We hum a tune, soft and wild. Step inside, don't be afraid. The manor waits, the game is played. Pull the strings, say your name. Welcome to our twisted game. The lights still flicker, the dolls still wait. We'll find another, it's just fate. Step inside, don't be afraid. After all, we just wanna play.
Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call The Masked Pretender. With that being said, let us begin. The Masked Pretender, Noah Badley, was the kind of man who knew exactly how to smile while twisting the knife. At 33, he had the confidence of someone who thought he'd beaten the system, coasting on manipulation and charm. He called it playing the game. Everyone else called it cruelty with manners. Hey, I'm just being honest, he'd smirk after humiliating a junior colleague in front of the board. If you can't take the heat, maybe you don't belong in the kitchen. But behind his wolfish grin and shiny shoes, Noah was a hollow thing, full of malice, dressed up in civility. Chapter 1, The Shop. It started one gray October afternoon. Rain drizzled over the city like it was trying to wash something off the streets. Noah wandered aimlessly, stewing over a con gone wrong, until he spotted it, wedged between boarded-up buildings, like a splinter in the world. Curio keepers, rarities from realms beyond. He pushed open the creaking door, a little brass bell chiming above. Inside was dim, cluttered, and smelled faintly of old books and candle wax. Cabinets lined the walls, filled with oddities, a shrunken monkey paw, mirrors with fog inside them, and a violin with strings made from something that looked too much like hair. Then he saw it. A mask, ivory white, with crimson around the eyes and lips curled in a disturbing grin. Something about it looked familiar. Beautiful, he muttered. A voice behind him coughed. Not everything beautiful wants to be worn, said a dry, papery voice. Noah turned. An elderly man shuffled forward from the shadows. Mr. Krieger, his spine bowed, his pale eyes cloudy like iced-over glass. You like that one? Krieger asked, peering at the mask. She's a liar-eater. Noah chuckled. A what? Krieger tilted his head. That mask shows people who you really are, not who you say, not who you pretend to be. It feeds on facades and peels them away. Noah smirked.
Sounds like something you say to boost the price. I'm not selling it, Krieger said sharply. Too many fools think they can hide from themselves. That mask don't let you. Noah leaned closer, eyes gleaming. You're serious? I'm warning you, Krieger said, voice suddenly colder. Take anything else, but not that. Noah said nothing, just smiled that insincere salesman's smile, then left the shop. But he came back after midnight. Chapter 2. The Theft. Window shattered with a sharp crack. Noah slipped inside, glass crunching beneath his boots. He reached the display and carefully lifted the mask from its stand. It felt warm, almost like flesh. You shouldn't have done that, came a whisper from the back. Noah froze. Krieger, he called out, voice shaking slightly. Silence. Just the wind moving through the broken window. Whatever, he muttered. Old man probably died in his sleep. He didn't see the pair of pale eyes watching from the corner. He didn't hear the whisper that followed him out. She chooses you now. Chapter 3. The Wearing. The next night, Noah wore the mask to a costume party. Everyone gasped when he walked in. Whoa, said one guest. That's seriously creepy. You're freaking me out, someone else muttered. You like it? Noah grinned behind the mask. Had it made special. But their faces changed. Smiles faded. Conversation stopped mid-sentence. One woman stepped back, eyes wide. Is this some kind of joke? What? Noah asked, suddenly uneasy. You look God, your eyes. Gerhe rushed to the bathroom, locked the door, and looked into the mirror. The mask was gone, but not really. What stared back was him, yet not him. His face had thinned, his eyes were dark pits, his grin was stretched wide, frozen in that same unnatural smile. I'm not like this, he whispered. His reflection whispered back, lips moving without sound. Liar, Noah badly, you are a liar. Chapter 4. The Descent. Noah couldn't take it off. The mask was part of him now. Everywhere he went, people recoiled. No matter what he said, they heard his lies. No matter how he smiled, they saw the cruelty beneath. Sir, I don't think we're hiring right now, the manager said quickly. But you haven't even looked at my resume, Noah argued. I don't need to, she whispered. There's something wrong with your face. Strangers muttered as he passed. What is that thing? He's grinning. Why is he always grinning? And at night, his reflection spoke louder. You lied to your mother about visiting her in the hospital. You told Sarah you loved her, right before you slept with her sister. You stole, ruined, manipulated. Now the world sees. Chapter 5. The Return. Noah ran, eventually back to the alley, back to Curio Keepers, but it was gone. The building had vanished entirely. No rubble, no debris, only an outline scorched into the stone, as if the shop had been burned out of existence. The surrounding bricks were blackened, whispering with heatless ash. The air buzzed with a strange static, the kind that prickled skin but left no sound. Then he saw him, Mr. Krieger, standing silently in the ashes. His coat hung still, though no wind moved. His eyes, once just cloudy, now shimmered faintly with an inner light like candle flames inside ice. You chose this, Krieger said, his voice echoing from nowhere and everywhere. Take it back, Noah screamed, stumbling forward. His voice cracked, bleeding desperation. Please, I didn't know. I didn't know what it would do. Krieger's mouth curved, not into a smile, but something more like pity. You knew what you were. The mask just made it visible. Noah dropped to his knees, his face, still grinning against his will, trembled under the weight of agony. His hands clawed at the mask, fused to his flesh, tearing skin and nails alike. I'll do anything, he gasped. Just make it stop. I'll change, I swear. Chapter 6. The Girl. From the shadows of the ash-choked alleyway, she appeared. A girl, silent as the grave, stepped into the dying light. She was striking, beautiful in a way that unsettled the soul. Draped in flowing black Gothic attire, her presence was ethereal, almost too still to be real. Her long raven hair framed a face pale as porcelain, but it was her eyes that stole the breath. One eye glowed with a soft amethyst purple, the other an unnatural, luminous baby blue. In her hands, she held an old book. On her sweater was an image that mirrored herself, a surreal reflection of a girl holding stories that felt dangerously real. She said nothing, but as she passed, she looked directly at Noah, not with judgment, but something far worse, recognition. Then she turned to Mr. Krieger and gave him a slow, graceful nod. Krieger inclined his head back, ever so slightly, and just like that, she turned and walked away, her steps leaving no prints in the ash. Noah stared after her, eyes wild. Who was that? Krieger didn't answer immediately. He just watched the girl vanish into the gloom, as if she'd been swallowed by the shadows themselves. Finally, he spoke, soft, reverent, and grim. A keeper of forgotten things, and the witness to those who deserve to be forgotten. Noah sobbed, and the mask laughed with his mouth, his voice twisted and warped, no longer fully his. You think you've suffered? Krieger asked, voice now strangely gentle. You're not being punished, Noah. You're just being revealed. Then Krieger leaned down and whispered near Noah's ear, his breath like frost. The mask doesn't trap your soul, Noah. It just shows it. Noah's eyes widened. He clawed at his face, but the mask would not budge, would never budge. Make it stop, he croaked. Make them stop looking at me like that. They're not seeing the mask anymore, Krieger said softly, almost sadly. They're just seeing you. Chapter 7. The Collector's Trophy. Suddenly the ash around Noah began to swirl, lifting like smoke in reverse. The ground cracked open beneath him, a gaping, silent hole of black. No fire, no screams, just silence, and that awful, grinning face as Noah sank into the darkness, still trying to scream, still trying to lie. Noah badly was never seen again, but somewhere, in a different antique shop, maybe in Prague, or Istanbul, or somewhere deeper still, a mask sits in a glass case. Its grin never fades. Sometimes, if you pass by, you'll hear a faint whisper, please, help me, but no one ever does, because they know what that mask is. They know it's not just a mask. They know it's him, the end.
Winter road, the mountains call. Cabin stands where shadows fall. Fire burns, the stories creep. Something wakes while we should sleep.
Today I will be telling you a short story that came from osakachan.doll called The Evil Eye. With that being said, let us begin. Chapter 1. The Invitation. Winter break in the city was the kind of cold that didn't sting your skin so much as seep into your clothes and stay there. I was 14 when my uncle called. Fumihiro, you free for a few days? His tone was casual, but his pauses were just a little too long. Yeah, why? Got a spot open. My cabin up in Nen Prefecture. Was gonna go with my girlfriend, but he hesitated, and I heard a faint laugh that didn't reach his voice. Let's just say plans changed. We'd always been close. My parents worked late, so he'd often step in movies, fishing trips, late-night gaming. He was stylish, confident, the kind of adult who could tell a story about anything. The morning we left, his black sedan pulled up outside, exhaust curling into the pale winter air. Hop in, kiddo, he said with a grin. The drive out of the city was smooth at first, but as the suburbs gave way to long stretches of trees, he got quieter. Every now and then, when we passed a patch of dense woods, I'd catch him glancing toward the tree line, then quickly back to the road. By the time we reached the mountain region, the sun was already tilting toward the horizon. We stopped at a small supermarket in a half-empty town. The automatic doors slid open with a slow sigh. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A woman stocking shelves looked up and froze, not curious but wary, like we didn't belong. At the register, the cashier scanned our beef, chips, vegetables, and a cheap bottle of sake without a word. He didn't meet our eyes. His hands shook slightly. Back in the car, I said, people here seem weird,
My uncle kept his eyes on the road. Small towns, he said. They don't like outsiders. Chapter 2, Uncle's Cabin. The road to the cabin twisted up the mountainside like a snake. The asphalt dusted with frost. Our headlights picked out sudden flashes of movement in the trees, rabbits maybe, or not. When we reached it, the cabin seemed to grow out of the forest, small, wooden, swallowed by dark pines. A few other cabins dotted the slope below, but their windows were dark. We unpacked, started dinner, charcoal barbecue in the yard. The hiss of meat, the crack of burning wood, the smoke mixing with the cold, it felt too perfect, like something was trying to put me at ease. While I turned skewers, I caught a flicker of movement up the slope. Someone slipping between trees. I looked again. Nothing. Later inside, the fire popped in the hearth. My uncle had set up old game consoles, PlayStation, Super Famicom, the original Famicom, and we played for hours. At one point, he put on an adult video, smirking at my reaction. Eventually, the games gave way to ghost stories. His voice dropped lower, the firelight cutting shadows across his face. Then, like it had just come to him, he said, "Never go into the mountain behind this cabin." I laughed. Why? Looking at me, he speaks. The locals stay away. Sure, there's Matsutake up there, but a guy who owned a cabin nearby was found hanging in those woods. No one's gone back since. Suddenly, the wind shoved against the windows, causing the window glass to shake. Chapter 3, The Telescope. I woke to sunlight stabbing through the curtains. My throat was dry. My uncle was still asleep, snoring under a heavy blanket. Outside, the air bit my lungs. From the balcony, the view stretched toward the back mountain. The snow-dusted trees, a slope of untouched white, perfectly ordinary. And yet, I thought I saw something shift in the tree line. When I blinked, it was gone. That's when I noticed the telescope in the corner, heavy and expensive. Carefully, I dragged it outside. Through the lens, everything sharpened. Frost on branches, rooftops in the town below like paper cutouts. Then I saw movement. A figure. It was bald, completely naked despite the cold, slowly swaying. It had a rusted sickle hanging from one hand. Its back was to me. The movement was deliberate, strange, like those Sankai Juku dancers my teacher once showed us. Every instinct told me to stop looking. Instead, I zoomed in. The pale head began to turn. It had a face, almost human but with no eyebrows, and in the middle of the forehead, a single vertical eye. It locked onto me. Its mouth stretched into a grin. Ah! It let out the most awful, loudest scream I had ever heard. The despair hit instantly. My chest hollowed, my eyes stung, and I wanted to die. The balcony door slammed open. It was my uncle. In a panicked state, he yells out to me, "What happened?" I pointed at the telescope. "Look," he did. A choked sound came out of him, half sob, half groan. His hands went to his head. "What is that?" I yelled. He whispered, "It's the evil eye." Chapter 4, The Rule of Dark Glasses. "Evil eye," I repeated. The words felt cold in my mouth. His face had gone pale. "Hurry, go to the desk in my office. In the top drawer, there are 2 pairs of sunglasses. Get them, go." I ran as fast as I could without tripping. The drawer stuck before sliding open with a dry scrape. Inside, 2 heavy dark lens sunglasses wrapped in a cloth that smelled faintly of incense. Back on the balcony, he shoved a pair into my hands. "Put them on." The world dulled. The figure across the slope blurred, but the vertical eye still speared through the glass. It didn't blink, it swayed, always facing us. "It's moving," I whispered. "It was always going to," he said flatly. "We just noticed late." He glanced toward the kitchen. "You need to pee?" "What? Seriously?" "2 bottles. Fill one if you have to." He disappeared downstairs, came back with a plastic bottle sloshing yellow. "If you go later, use the other." I couldn't decide which was worse, that he'd done it, or that his hands were still shaking. "What is that thing?" I asked. He didn't look at me. "It's not human, not a ghost either." and it hates unclean things. A soft thump sounded somewhere in the cabin. Could have been a plank settling, or a footstep. Keep the glasses on, he said. Whatever happens, don't look at it straight. Outside, the wind pushed a curtain of dry needles across the snow. The eye didn't flicker. Chapter 5. The Walk We Shouldn't Have Taken. We packed like people about to do something stupid, taking with us the 2 sunglasses, the 2 bottles, one full, one empty, snacks, binoculars, a dented wooden bat, a stainless flashlight with a knurled grip. On impulse, my uncle grabbed a lighter and a coil of cheap incense from the sunglasses drawer. Why not just drive out of here? I asked at the door. If it's following us, the car won't matter, he said. Distance won't save us. Boredom might, so we make it bored, I questioned him. Or disgusted. He tried for a smile. It didn't fit his face. We stepped into the back mountain. The air felt wrong immediately. Snow didn't crunch. It sighed. The trees seemed too focused, like they were listening. Somewhere far away, wood creaked, but not in a way the wind could explain. Stay right behind me, my uncle said. Don't wander. After maybe 500 meters, we reached a bald patch where old trees had fallen years ago. The light had gone gray, and the cold was sharp enough to feel personal. We wait here, he said, kneeling with the bat and quietly checking the flashlight's battery. If it comes close, don't look straight at it, just the edges. How close is close? I asked. Closer than we want. Something popped inside my ear, like pressure on an airplane. My scalp prickled. The air smelled of pine, rust, and faint rot. You hear that? I said. Hear what? It sounded like words, not in any language I knew. Mangled syllables, swallowed wrong. They came from everywhere at once, then nowhere. If you hear your name, my uncle said lightly, don't answer, even if it sounds like me. That's not helping. Good. Stay scared, my uncle said seriously. Chapter 6. The Hour That Vanished. Time didn't just drag, it bent. One moment, the light was flat gray. The next, it was darker, as if we'd skipped ahead. My lashes stuck together in a long blink, and when I opened them, my uncle's watch read 5:27 a.m. Big bro, wake up, whispered a voice right behind my ear. It was my dead brother's voice. I spun around. It was nothing but trees. Big bro, if you don't wake up, you're gonna die. The words stretched, like someone pulling a wire until it almost snapped. I grabbed my uncle's shoulder and shook him. He jolted awake, eyes focusing fast. How long was I asleep for? He asked. Too long, I replied. The forest answered before I could say anything else. It began like a woman humming in another room. Then the melody warped, notes sliding wrong, skipping over keys that didn't exist. It wasn't a song you could hum back. It was the kind that made you want to cover your ears. When you see it, my uncle said, aim the light at its feet, not the face. You understand? Never the face. The snow began to tremble under us. A twig snapped twice, out of sequence. The song grew closer. Chapter 7. The Crawling. Fumihiro. Now, my uncle yelled. I flicked on the flashlight. The beam spilled across the snow, bone white. The light caught ankles first. Pale, hairless, dirt-crusted where skin had touched the ground. Then shins, knees. The way it walked was wrong. Each step borrowed from someone else's memory of walking. Above the legs, the rib cage moved out of sync, like waves hitting a pier. Edge of your vision, my uncle hissed. Don't look dead on. I tried. Then it dropped to all fours. Its head dipped into the beam like testing water. The vertical eye flashed a clean slit of brightness. The mouth stretched too wide, too sweet and empty. I looked. It was like someone issued a command directly into my brain. Die. Not fear, not sadness, just an absolute instruction. The light wavered, skittered up its body. Its skin shone like overhandled wax, frost catching on the bald scalp. My uncle was sobbing his ex's name, Himeko. He starts tipping the bottle, but the liquid only dribbled onto the snow, steaming. The song twisted into laughter without changing its pitch. Chapter 8. What Filth Can Do. Ring, ring, a cell phone ring. bright, banal, obscene in that place, burst from my uncle's pocket. He froze, blinked at the screen like he'd forgotten what a screen was. "What are you doing?" I croaked. "We're going to," he roared. It was a sound that didn't belong to him, torn from someplace older. He seized the flashlight and hauled me by my coat. "Shut your eyes, Fumihiro," he barked through his teeth. "Shut them." He then shoved the full bottle into his own mouth like a canteen, cheeks ballooning. I obeyed. The world went hot behind my lids, then icy, a hiss, a wet cloud, a noise like a horse screaming into a pipe, a stench that was not just urine, but something newer and crueler, as if the mountain itself found the mixture offensive. He hit it again, and again, short bursts, a fine spray that turned to glitter in the light before it struck. The song broke. The melody convulsed and reassembled itself inside a mouthful of words I didn't know, spat like curses in an alphabet I couldn't imagine. "It won't back off," my uncle said, voice high with panic. Fabric tore, belt clacked, cold air slapped skin. "Keep your eyes shut, damn it. Don't look, Fumihiro." I kept my face to the dirt. The beam shifted, bright, then brighter, then my uncle shouted something raw and simple and naked. My uncle had fully stripped out of rage and the willpower to protect us. The thing answered with a sound of disgust, so perfect it left fingerprints inside my ears. Silence fell in shreds. After what felt like forever, I raised my head in time to see its back. The spine flexed under skin like something trying to remember how to stand upright. It did not stop singing. It turned the song inward, like it sang for itself now, and hobbled into darkness with the slow, stubborn speed of an old man who refuses to be hurried. We held the light on it and didn't breathe. The trees took it back by degrees, first the ankles, then the knees, then the hint of a shoulder, then the thin line of scalp, then nothing, except a ripple in the night that may have been wind at last. Chapter 9: The Locks and the Story. Winds blow lightly through the trees, sending cold air all around us. After a few minutes, my uncle vomited once reality had set in. A few moments later, he got dressed. Back at the cabin, my uncle locked the doors, then the windows, then checked the doors again. We didn't speak until coffee steamed between us. The smell almost felt normal. "Is it gone?" I asked. "Maybe," he said, forcing a smile. "If not, maybe I'm too nasty for it now." We laughed because crying would have been worse. Then he told me a story, not a ghost story, but like he was filing a report. Once during a stay in a certain northern European city, a local friend, also a technician and fluent in several languages, told him, "I've got something interesting to show you." My uncle assumed it was a strip club or something similar. Instead, the man led him down a deserted alley to a small, dingy house. From the outside it looked rundown, but inside was a different world. Thick, ornate carpets, valuable-looking vases and metalwork, and the sweet scent of incense in the air. Still confused, my uncle was taken into a small back room where an older man, maybe in his 60s, sat in the glow of candlelight. Oddly, even indoors at night, the man wore sunglasses. The friend leaned close and said, "He has the evil eye." In many cultures, the evil eye is a superstition, the belief that a malicious gaze can curse its target. It's found all over the world, sometimes called the evil eye, cursed gaze, or demon's eye. In some stories, a victim can fall ill, waste away, even die from it. My uncle listened half amused, thinking this was some kind of con. The old man whispered something to the friend, who explained, "He says you don't believe, he'll give you just a taste of it." The old man whispered again, "From now on, I'll bind you to a chair. Understand, it's only because my power is too strong. You'll thrash about, I'll only meet your gaze for an instant, that's all." My uncle figured the man must have done something to his eyes. Maybe they were horribly disfigured, or he wore strange contact lenses, or perhaps the incense carried some hallucinogenic effect. Being tied up wasn't exactly appealing, but his local friend was someone he trusted completely, so he agreed. They bound him to a chair. The old man approached. The friend turned his back. In silence, the man removed his sunglasses and looked down at my uncle. When I saw him, my uncle said quietly, setting his coffee on the table, It felt exactly like it did today. The moment our eyes met, I just wanted to die. His pupils were completely ordinary, but it didn't matter. Everything about life, about the world became unbearable in an instant, and it only lasted maybe 1 or 2 seconds. Chapter 10. The Things That Helped. I don't think it was hypnosis or some psychological trick. It was something else. The friend had told him that the man with the evil eye would even kill for money, that local gangs had used him in their feuds. About a week before my uncle returned to Japan, the man had been killed. Rumor was he'd botched a job that humiliated the organization he worked for, so they executed him. They found him tied to a chair in a brothel, the floor smeared with filth and urine. He had snapped the ropes with inhuman force and gouged out both his own eyes before dying. As I said, my uncle continued, the evil eye hates filth. Maybe they smeared him with excrement, maybe forced him to watch some degrading sex act. Who knows? I didn't have the energy to say anything, just listened. So the thing we'd seen was that also a possessor of the evil eye. As if reading my mind, my uncle went on, I don't know if it was really a monster or just a human raised into something like that, but I felt like running wasn't enough. That's why I risked facing it. He continued, you know how they say kappas hate human saliva? Maybe things from that side of the world are more vulnerable to the human body than to charms or prayers. I thought about the dream I'd had, my dead little brother waking me. I told my uncle I thought he might have saved me. I started crying. I told him about hearing my brother's voice. He didn't laugh, he just nodded slowly. Mountains throw pieces of us back sometimes, he said. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it guesses. He held up his phone. When it rang out there, that was my ex. Look, no bars, there hasn't been reception here since these cabins were built. Then how? Maybe it wasn't the phone. Maybe it was something trying to time me just right or wrong. He looked toward the window. Either way, I'm selling this place. Chapter 11. Night Watch. We didn't sleep deep. Every time I closed my eyes, the eye was there, vertical, patient. Once I dreamed I was at the telescope with the lens cap on, and it still stared through. At 3 the kettle clicked. My uncle didn't drink the tea. He set it in the window like an offering. What now? I asked. We survived the night, he said. Leave with the sun. Never look back. The cabin creaked. Far off, a faint melody wove through the wood. My uncle gripped the flashlight. The song didn't come closer. It didn't leave, until I changed my breathing out of spite, and it faded. Chapter 12. Breaking down the morning. We left before the sun had fully cleared the ridge. The sky was pearl. The car exhaled white. Every lock clicked behind us like a small benediction. As we loaded the trunk, something yellow and paper-thin fluttered across the yard and stuck to the snow, an old supermarket receipt. My uncle picked it up. Ink bled from moisture, beef, chips, vegetables, sake. On the bottom, in a hand I did not recognize, was a scribble in blue ballpoint. Don't look long. My uncle folded it once and slipped it into his wallet without comment. On the road down, I looked back just once. Reflex, habit, weakness. The cabin sat as we had left it, small against the trees. The slope beyond looked like any other winter mountain, patient and blank. Keep your eyes forward, my uncle said gently. He didn't need to add please. At the first spot on the road where a phone might catch a ghost of signal, his screen lit up. 1 bar, then 2. He scrolled to his ex's name and hovered. Call her, I said. He laughed once, quiet. Yeah, I will. I need to set things right with her, you know. Yes, I know, I replied. Chapter 13. What we tell ourselves later. We didn't tell anyone exactly what happened. We told parts. We sanded edges. The words we chose were safer than the feelings we carried. But when I am honest with myself, this is what remains. Mountains keep things, not just mushrooms and snowmelt and old murders. They keep melodies that don't want to be hummed. They keep eyes that make you unmake yourself. They keep versions of our voices ready to call us from behind the ear, using the shape of our dead. Some of them hate clean things like sunlight, prayer, or logic. Some of them hate unclean things, like pee, poop, and the parts of our bodies that look back without blinking. Some will back away when you show them what you are, some won't. We were lucky. We were filthy enough and foolish enough and brave enough, in some ratio we don't understand, to make it leave. Chapter 14, The Last Look. Sometimes when I close my eyes in bright rooms, I still see the dark lens of the sunglasses and the lighter, thinner vertical slit within it. Sometimes I wake to the ringing of a phone that isn't mine, and my hand reaches for a pocket that isn't there. A month later, my uncle, who was now living with his girlfriend, sent me a picture from the city. The cabin listing was live. The caption read, "Never again." He added, a moment after, "Keep the glasses close." I do, because on certain winter afternoons, when the air over the city is very clear, and my balcony plants stand too still, I take the sunglasses from their case and turn them over. The lenses pull the room a half step away from me. The space inside the glass looks deeper than it should. I glance at the window, just a glance, edge of vision, just in case, and in the reflection, far back where the city should be, there's a ripple where nothing should move at all. The room smells faintly of incense and dust. My phone is silent. The snow, wherever it lies today, keeps its counsel. I set the glasses down and look away first. The end.
Winter road, the mountains call. Cabin stands where shadows fall. Fire burns, the stories creep. Something wakes while we should sleep. Don't look, don't meet that eye. It'll drain your soul, it'll make you cry. Keep your head low, keep your gaze away, or the evil eye will make you stay. Naked form in falling snow, sway so slow where cold winds blow. Rusty sickle, song so thin, if you see its face you won't come back again. Don't look, don't meet that eye. It'll drain your soul, it'll make you cry. Keep your head low, keep your gaze away, or the evil eye will make you stay. Hold your breath, light at its feet to keep from death. Laugh if you can, though you wanna weep. The mountain keeps what the mountain keeps. Don't look, don't meet that eye. It'll drain your soul, it'll make you cry. Keep your head low, keep your gaze away, or the evil eye will make you stay.
Also, I would like to thank my friend some other random VTuber for helping me with today's video. Today I will be telling you a short story that I made up that I call The Last Train from Namba Station. With that being said, let us begin. Chapter 1, Just a Western Holiday. Halloween night in Osaka is supposed to be loud. Parties in Shinsaibashi, tourists taking selfies in front of Glico, so many people running around dressed as ghosts and in cosplay, all celebrating the Halloween night. But for Kenji Watanabe, this year felt different. The air was heavy, restless, as if something in the city was holding its breath. Kenji Watanabe, a salaryman who hated Halloween for no reason other than the simple fact that it was, as he called it, a Western holiday, finished work late near Namba Station. He rushed through the nearly empty underground mall, annoyed by the distant sound of drunken laughter and Halloween party-goers echoing up from Dotonbori. He checked the time, 11:50 p.m., 10 more minutes until the last train. He heard footsteps behind him, soft, uneven. He turned to see a group of about 5 young people, maybe university age, all stood there. They all had white face paint on with dark eye sockets. Their costumes were old-fashioned style, ragged kimonos, and they had frayed red cords tied around their necks. The smallest young lady stepped forward. She was stunning but so haunting at the same time. In a soft yet haunting whisper, she says, "Oni-san, where is the train? We are lost. We're trying to catch the last train. Can you show us where to go?" He was taken aback by the young lady's beauty. Kenji forced a smile. "Sure, but you look like you've had a rough night. Lost your phones or maps or something." All 5 shook their heads. "No at once. We can't. Please help us." Her voice was flat and empty of all emotions.
Chapter 2. The Last Train. The station speakers crackled. The announcement echoed. Last train to Wakayama, departing from platform 1. Doors closing soon. Kenji hurried down the stairs, but the young people followed silently. The squeal of brakes signaled the train had already arrived. Kenji hurried toward the platform, the group of 5 following silently, as if their footsteps made no sound. Yet somehow, they were already inside too. Thinking it was odd, Kenji just sighed as he felt uncomfortable.
Chapter 3. Something is very wrong. At first, the car looked normal, just dimly lit. Kenji sat far away from the 5 young people. It felt odd. Kenji just sighed as he felt uncomfortable, wanting to not think about it. Kenji starts to look away from them and starts to scan the train, but as the train started moving and speeding off, it took him a few minutes, but he noticed something wrong. There were no ads on the walls, no route maps of any kind, no reflections in the windows, not even of the 5 young people, except his own. All 5 of them stared at him, causing a sense of a cold chill to run through Kenji's spine.
The small young lady whispered, "Oni-san, do you know where we are going?" Kenji laughed nervously. "Of course, Wakayama. I am going home. I am not sure where you all are going after the train stops." Another young lady shook her head slowly. "No, we're all going home." Suddenly the lights flickered. The windows went from pitch black to flickers of gravestones rushing past. Then darkness again. Knowing something is very much wrong, he stood to pull the emergency lever, but his hand went straight through it. His breath caught in his throat. Kenji's heart started to pound. Chapter 4. Don't you remember? The group smiled, revealing rows of perfectly white teeth, as all 5 of their eyes turned to a solid black, with no whites in them. "You didn't notice, you fell off the platform, just like us. You died at Namba Station. Don't you remember? This is the train that takes lost souls home," a young man said. Kenji, now afraid, had stood up from his seat and stepped back, shaking his head. "No, I was just tired. I worked overtime to avoid this holiday. His memory flickered as his mind was racing, slipping on spilled beer on the platform. "I tripped. There was a flash of train lights coming at me from the tracks. Then, nothing. I just wanted to go home." The train slowed. A rusted sign passed the window. Raison Station, Spirit Mountain Station. The doors opened with a hiss, and freezing wind rushed in. The group softly tugged at Kenji's arm gently. A young man said, "Come with us. We would like to make you our friend. No one wants you to be alone." The small lady added, "Yes, come with us. You won't be alone anymore. Let us all go home." Tears welled up. Fear, sorrow, acceptance. He didn't know, but somehow he did know. Slowly, Kenji followed them out into a fog-filled night.
Chapter 5. All Hallows Day, November 1st. Next morning, a janitor sweeping Namba Station found a briefcase lying untouched near Platform 1, and beside it a small Halloween bag filled with new sparkling candy. Security decided to check the cameras. Kenji never appeared on the footage, not once, but the 5 young strangers did. They were all laughing and having a great time. They held up their frayed red cords that were tied around each of their necks, like a trophy. They posed for a photo with someone who couldn't see them, someone who was in reality just taking a selfie. They were celebrating a successful hunt. They were all just smiling and waving, looking up at the camera with their blackened eyes and pale faces. Chapter 6, Platform 2. Standing on Platform 2 of Namba Station, there was a mysterious beauty standing alone in the night. Long black hair sways in the underground breeze. One bright violet eye, one bright blue, glowing with hidden secrets. A purple flower in her hair, matching her earrings. She had on an off-shoulder sweater, short skirt, with garter that held her stockings, and chunky boots. A black choker rests at her neck. She looks forward, smiling faintly, eerily. If you ever catch the last train from Namba on a Halloween night, and you see a group of about 5 young people, maybe university age, all standing there, all with the same white face paint, dark eye sockets, and they are all wearing costumes that are old-fashioned ragged kimonos, with a frayed red cords tied around their necks. She lifts a finger to her lips, a playful warning. Don't talk to them, not even if they speak to you. Don't follow them, and don't let them follow you. Her mismatched eyes narrow with seriousness, their glow reflecting the empty tracks beside her. Because they're still searching for more lonely souls to join their group. A subtle shiver runs through the air, station lights flicker, footsteps echo behind her. Her voice now barely more than a breath. And maybe next Halloween, tilting her head, they might be waiting for you. The end. Thank you for watching. I truly hope you enjoyed today's video and found it both fun and insightful. Your support means the world to me, and if you had a great time, I'd love it if you could like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me to keep creating exciting content just for you. Want to be the first to see new videos? Hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. Your engagement, feedback, and encouragement are what keep me going, and I'm so grateful to have you as part of this amazing community. Once again, I'm Osaka-chan.doll, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, take care, stay awesome, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for being part of this journey. See you soon.
To outrun Halloween, 5 pale strangers fall behind him. Oni-san, where is the train, they ask. Too quiet, too still, too wrong. Last train to he boards the train to escape them, but they're already inside. The lights flicker, his fear begins to rise. Last train to Raisin, and Kenji feels it closing in. No ads, no maps, no reflections, nothing living in the glass. He pulls the lever, his hand falls through, and terror finally speaks. You're already gone. Memories hit like lightning. The spill, the slip, the fog, heart pounding.